Hello, and welcome to this, our 114th live stream. Sugary question goodness. Of course, our Monday release was on tooth decay in ancient Egyptian mummies and the role that dates, which are full of sugar, played in that, let's just say, dental hygiene. So, this is our weekly Friday Q&A session where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And the rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. And but we also take non-super chats as well, especially if the questions are interesting. And what we do is, if you are going to do a non-super chat, we ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of the question, so I know that's directed to me, because I looked through the live chat scanning for that. We also ask that you only post the question once. That way we can kind of figure out where we are in the chat. The other thing is, if it has to do with a verse in the Bible or a foreign word, we ask that you give us a little context. So in the case of a Bible verse, we ask that you include the book, the chapter, and the verse where we can find it, so we don't have to scan through the entire Bible looking for the verse. And we also ask that if it's a foreign word, that you give us, say, what language you think it's in and what you think the word means. Okay? So with those ground rules set, let's get into the questions. Now, we didn't have a lot of really interesting non-super chats before the live stream here, so we're only going to start off with one tonight. Okay? So, and that one is this one here from Bonbon. And he asks, can you describe the nature of corruption in Egypt? What did it entail? Who would have the resources other than the pharaoh to effectively bribe officials, and for what reason? Why was it an issue? Okay. Corruption in Egypt is found in every level of Egyptian society. Okay. And oftentimes the bribes weren't that high, but they were everywhere. Everywhere. Let's say, for example, you're a farmer and you want to get your kid into an apprenticeship. Well, you didn't pay tuition, but you did pay a hefty bribe. You'd have to bribe the head of the school or the shop, the workshop, to take your kid on as an apprentice. Okay? So there's actually one record from Deir el-Medina where a peasant, a farmer, comes to the head of the craftsman at Deir el-Medina, and he gives them shoes and clothes and boxes and wine and dried fish and bags of wheat. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff. This is a considerable bribe. This is many Debins worth of bribery here. Okay? So, and that's how you secured a apprenticeship in ancient Egypt, is you would bribe the master craftsman to take your kid on as an apprentice. So that's one way bribery took place in Egypt. But it took place in other ways too. Let's say you wanted to trade a certain set of goods with, say, the royal court. You'd bribe a royal official to take it on. He'd get a kickback. So corruption of that nature was all through Egyptian society. From the king all the way down to the lowest peasant. It was everywhere. And it was absolutely rife. And you didn't have to have a lot of resources to come up with a decent bribe in some cases. Like, for example, if you were a farmer, you might have some extra wheat on the side that you would reserve for, paying off certain people. That's just the way things were done back then. So bribery isn't something just for the rich. And in many respects, the poor did it more often than the king. Because the king didn't have to do it. Quite frankly, the king didn't need to bribe anyone. He could just command it and get it. Or people would just give it to him to curry his favor. So, kings in Egypt the pharaoh did not necessarily need to bribe anybody. But almost everyone under him, either took bribes or gave bribes. I mean, if you were the vizier, you probably accepted a lot of bribes. A lot of them. Yeah, think of it that way. Puts a little different spin on the Joseph story. There's a high likelihood that Joseph took bribes. High likelihood. Just because of the position he was in. Yeah, and that was just the method of doing things. That's just how things were done back then. So, anyway, all through, but this is all through Egyptian culture, and it's still there today. I mean, people take bribes all the time now. I mean, you go to Egypt, you want to go to that part of the temple where it's closed off. Sometimes, the antiquities guards will put out their hand and ask, hey, give me a little payback, and you can negotiate that bribe, by the way. I mean, it's negotiable. I mean, it's not flat fee. There's a bartering process there. You make it worth his while, and he'll give you what you want. So that's just the way things are done in Egypt, and it always has been that way. Okay, as I said, from all levels of society. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very interesting. And yes, it was an issue. In fact, it was so bad at one point that the first law ever enacted in Egypt was an anti-corruption law by Horemheb. So, yeah, it was an issue, and it did affect the way government ran. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, and... Yeah, it's a great question to start off with. Okay. Now we get to the super chats. And our first super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, we think Moses wrote the book of Exodus. At least the core texts. Who wrote First Kings and the book of Judges? Okay. Let's take the book of Judges first, because that one's probably the most controversial. Scholars are really divided on this one. There are many scholars who think the book of Judges is post-exilic. That means after the Babylonian exile. There are also scholars who think it can date as early as the 7th century BC. We don't really know. We do know that the book of Judges repeatedly says there was no king in those days. So that implies the book of Judges was written at least after the establishment of the Israelite monarchy. Exactly when, we don't know. So it's hard to say exactly when the book of Judges was written. Now, on the other hand, Kings and First Kings and Second Kings were written at the same time. They were originally one book. It was the Book of Kings. And it was just later on divided into two scrolls, which is why we get First Kings and Second Kings. But it was originally written as one book. And in the case of First Kings, it's the compilation of several books. And it is post-exilic. So in the case of Kings, and you can add Chronicles to this too, these were two books where they arrived at Babylon, They had all these small scrolls, these small royal annals, and they took them and they compiled them into two books, Kings and Chronicles. And they largely rely on overlapping sources. So we're fairly confident that Book of First Kings was written post-exilic, or at least during their stay in Babylon. Their stay in Babylon would have been the earliest it could have been written. And again, it's again that taking those several sources and combining them into one cohesive text. And the Book of Kings does reference all, like, for example, it'll say, is it not written in the annals of the kings? And you'll see that running through the text. So the compiler and editor of First Kings is actually citing his sources as he's going through the Book of Kings. So now, unfortunately, those original sources are lost, which would have been really cool to have, to use as comparison, but we do have Kings and Chronicles instead. So it looks like we're not sure about Judges, but First Kings we're pretty sure is either during the exile or just after the exile. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. It's an interesting question, especially given sort of the textual issues involved in both those books, because it is slightly different. But again, in the case of the Judges, we don't know. First Kings, we also don't know who wrote it, but it happened during or after the Babylonian exile. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. Go to the top here. All right, JP for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. And this is a really interesting question, but it's also, you have to be really careful about the text here. Is the captive bride passage an example of God approving of the R word I can't say on YouTube? Was the bride in question able to refuse the marriage? Deuteronomy 21, 10-14. Okay. Let's bring up our Bible. And there we go. Size it so I can see it correctly here. Okay. Deuteronomy 21, verses 10-14. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take them away captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire for her, and would take her as a wife for yourself, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and trim her nails. She shall also remove her clothes, the clothes of her captivity, and shall remain in your house, and mourn her father and mother for a full month. And after that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. And it shall be, if you are not pleased with her, then you shall let her go wherever she wishes. But you shall certainly not sell her for money. You shall not mistreat her, because you have humbled her. Okay. Let's parse this out, because there's some aspects that are just assumed in this text that I think are very, very important for understanding it. Okay? First of all, verse 10. When you go out to battle against your enemies. Okay. This is a state of war. She is a war captive. And war slaves were really common in the ancient Near East. Every let's just say every ancient Near Eastern country that went to war took slaves from that war. There's no exception to this. We see this in the Mesopotamian, the War of the Kings in Genesis 14, where, for example, Lot is taken captive. He's being taken captive as a slave. They're not just taking him along just because he's fun to have in the camp. You know, they captured him to become a slave. Essentially, that's what they did. So, and we have lots of records of Egyptians doing this too. Everybody did this in the ancient Near East. This was just standard operating procedure. But this is, again, not necessarily approving of the practice, but it is the preamble here. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take away captives. So it's not saying that he's approving of this. He's saying you're going to do this. So it's definitely a well, you're just going to do this. It doesn't matter what I say, really. You're just going to do it anyway. Verse 11. And you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have desire for her, and would take her as a wife for yourself. Okay. Essentially, you see a beautiful woman among the new slaves. Okay. Some hijinks going on behind the camera here. Okay, so this is basically a situation. They went to war and they didn't kill everyone. Some of them are going to be female captives. Some of them are going to be male captives. You see a woman that's very beautiful and you desire for her and you want to take her as a wife. Now, verse 12. Then you bring her in the home, and she shall shave her head and trim her nails. Essentially, cut off all her hair, trim her nails. So essentially, she's been, at this point, shamed. You know, she's being told that she is in the losing party. Okay, so this is a shaming act. This is a shaming act, but it's part of the process of her transitioning into your wife. Verse 13. She shall also remove her clothes of her captivity. Okay, so you have to give her new clothes.
She's shamed and then transformed.
She's shamed and transformed. So she's shamed and rehabilitated. So she's shamed and given new clothes. So you're not allowed to keep her in her rags. Okay. She's war booty. She's the spoils of war. But you can't keep her in her rags. You got to give her new clothes. And she shall, verse 13 again, and she shall remain in her house and mourn her father and her mother a full month. Her father and mother are dead. Your side killed them. So there's a context there too. The sort of the unspoken thing here is that she has no more parents. There's no one to negotiate a dowry for her. Frankly, her only other option at this point is prostitution. Okay? That's her other option. And she's allowed to mourn without being disturbed for a month. And after that, you can go into her and he be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Okay? So that's the rehabilitation process. The assumption here is both her parents are dead. Killed by your side. She's been shamed. She's been reclothed, and she's being rehabilitated. She's being allowed to mourn. Then verse 14. And it shall be, if you are not pleased with her, then you shall let her go wherever she pleases. Now, you shall let her go. She can choose to stay. Even if you're not pleased, you can release her, but she doesn't have to go anywhere. But you shall certainly not sell her for money. You've made her a wife. She's now been elevated in status. You shall not mistreat her, because you have humbled her. You have humbled her and rehabilitated her. She's now part of the tribe. She's not just a concubine anymore. She's part of the tribe. You've made her a wife. She's got rights. By taking her as a wife, you have given her rights. So you can't just cut her loose. Oh, if she wants to leave, she's certainly free to leave at that point. You know, that could definitely be that you know, she could make things life so miserable for you because she didn't want to be in that marriage that she makes it so you want to get rid of her. But then that's her option to leave. But you can't. This is actually an echoing. Interestingly enough, this echoes Mesopotamian law. There's one like, for example, when Hagar is driven out by Abraham and Sarah, that was actually a violation of Mesopotamian law. Mesopotamian law said that if a concubine conceived and bore a child, she could not be driven out. She could be free to leave if you release her. But that's her decision to leave, not your decision to drive him out. So this is in many respects a reversal of the Hagar narrative, where the Hagar narrative abused Abraham and Sarah, basically used the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law to drive out Hagar. This is here doubling down on the idea of the spirit of that law, which is basically saying, you've taken this woman as a wife. If she doesn't want to leave, you're stuck with her. If she wants to leave and you release her, she's free to go wherever she wants. I'll take Danny Devant's question here. He says, was this also done to ensure that men weren't simply marrying every pretty woman they took captive for some fun and allow the lust to fade first? It's possible. It's also possible that this was a way of humanizing other war captives as well. So they weren't just sex slaves. Because armies have done this. You know, armies have done this where they sort of march in and basically use the captive women. You know, we saw this during, say, when the Japanese invaded China in World War II. You know, they did this. So this is a hedge against barbarism. So I think there's definitely that component that, you know, they were not just simply allowed to capture and rape, essentially.
It's a realization this happens and telling the Israelites they still have to.
Yeah. But it is definitely, as my producer pointed out here, this is a way of saying, elevating these people and saying, hey, okay, they're not just slaves, they're human beings too. So anyway, it's a complex issue because you have a cultural imperative on the one hand, which is that war defeated nations were enslaved. And on the other hand, that if you use a slave in a certain way, they have the rights. They then develop certain rights as a result of being used in that way. So, anyway, that's all I'm going to say on this for the moment here. I want to thank JP for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped answer your question. Okay. Get back to where I was here. Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. How did, if at all, the ancient Egyptians punish adultery? The Most Reverend Abt Cranmer claimed the Egyptians, I assume in Alexander the Great time, lashed the man 1,000 times and cut the woman's nose off. Okay. We got to understand some things about crime and punishment in ancient Egypt, especially for the crime of adultery. There were punishments in theory that were almost never enacted in practice. And this is one of those cases, okay? In theory, lashing a man 1,000 times, no man would survive that. You'd be dead, okay? There's a reason why in most societies it was 40 lashes. That was seen as sort of the maximum man could take without actually dying from it. Now, in theory, some guys could be whipped more and survive, but it was believed that you got 39 strokes and the 40th would kill you, so you were spared the 40th. But it was never actually done in practice. In the case of cutting off the woman's nose, again, it was one of those theoretical punishments that was almost never actually done in practice. Now, there were societies where this was done. Like, for example, amongst Native Americans. Native Americans, if a woman was caught in adultery, her ears or her nose were cut off. And it's horribly disfiguring. It's a horribly disfiguring punishment. However, it almost never happened in Egyptian society because usually a woman would enact a divorce before ever being punished. So basically, if a woman got caught in adultery, she would just say to the husband, "I divorce you." Done. He's now powerless to bring any charge against her because she's no longer his wife. And that's all it took to divorce a person. It was basically saying, "I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you." Done. So it was one of those things where it was almost never enacted. Now, there's one exception where it was enacted. Was if adultery involved transcending the social strata. So if the woman had coitus with someone well below her social status rank. So if she has sex with a slave, that would involve some pretty bad punishment. And again, the crime here is not necessarily adultery. It's shaming your husband by having having adultery with someone so below your social status he shouldn't even be on your radar. This is a matter of shaming the husband that would enact such an offense. This is why one of the reasons why Potiphar's wife accuses Joseph of rape. That R word I can't use on YouTube, and I just did. The reason why she's accusing him of that is because if it had been voluntary, if Joseph had said, "Hey, your wife tried to seduce me," that would have been a serious crime because of the shame upon Potiphar. It had almost nothing to do with, say, adultery itself. But we're talking here about a shame culture. We're talking about a shame culture. Egypt is a shame culture. What other people think of you is what you are. So if people think that your wife is sleeping around with slaves and farmers, and you're some high-ranking official or captain, that's going to affect your status. People are going to think very little of you. You're going to be the butt of everyone's joke in the village. So, in that situation, there's going to be a lot more punishment for somebody who violates the social taboos. So that's what's going on here. So in those few rare cases where a woman's nose would have been cut off, it was probably the result of transcending that social taboo. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And great question. Okay, Addison Weir is back. I see he got paid. As demonstrated by a whole bunch of super chats. So for $4.99, thank you very much for the super chat. Addison Weir says, "Who is the biggest blah blah in the history of blah?" Zany face. Okay. Well, depends what we mean by blah. Blah could be many things. Who is the, let's say for example, blah is the most boring poet in history. I'd go for Plautus on this one. Okay? He is the most boring of poets in all of boring history. When I read classics in Greek and Roman literature in college, boy, that was just insufferable. I mean, it was just terrible working my way through Plautus. You know, it's just terrible. The guy apologizes at the beginning for the quality of his plays, and then it just goes from bad to worse. He's supposed to be a comic. He's supposed to be writing comedies, and they are just insufferably boring. So, that's the biggest blah blah in the history of blah. That's Plautus's blah. Very blah. Blah, blah, blah. Now, if you're talking about the biggest windbag, well, you gotta wait for the 21st century for that one. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir, again, for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. So, why does Zach Miller never post a super chat? Because he gets his stuff for free. I mean, come on. The guy's cheap. Let's face it. He doesn't pay for answers. He just calls me up on Facebook and goes, "Oh, can you answer this question?" And I said, "Oh, yeah." I really should start charging him, really. I mean, he doesn't exactly direct a whole lot of traffic my way for that service, so... And then he even suggests ripping off my ideas and publishing them as a peer review article. Yeah, the nerve of the guy. Okay. Yeah, he should be paying me super chats. The temerity of the guy. The temerity. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that tells you what I think. Addison Weir for $1.99. Read a Bible verse backwards. All right, I'll read a Bible verse backwards. Let's see here. Let me find one here. All right, here we go. Genesis 1:1, read backwards. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim va'et ha'eretz. There you go. read it backwards. You didn't say how to read it backwards. I read it from right to left, which is how you read Hebrew. Hebrew is read backwards in respect to English. So you just got a Bible verse read backwards. You didn't specify what language I had to do it in.
Brett wept. Jesus.
Yeah, Cam Brett wept. Jesus done. All right, Addison Weir for $4.99 again, where he confesses his undying love of ABR. Well, you know what it says. You know, God says, you know, love your neighbor. You know, love your enemy. We even have to extend this to love ABR. Okay, and clearly, Addison Weir here confesses his undying love for ABR. He says, "I love ABR." Well, congratulations, Addison. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. And I do approve of you loving ABR. Young love. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is also from Addison Weir. And he says, Shaloopy doopy doo-doo. Alrighty. I hope that means something to you. It means nothing to me. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is also from Addison. Largy, larg, larg. Okay. Fair enough. Another one.
Confident that they can support our channel. Yeah, brilliant question.
Hey, you know what? If you're supporting the channel, fair enough. I love it. I love it. I still, I mean, I don't understand it, but I love it anyway. Addison again for $1.99. Blobly blib blub. Okay. And Giappone's Conrafe, Lord, some people love wasting cash, face bomb. Hey, it's not wasting cash. It's supporting our channel, and we deeply appreciate it. Hey, if you can't formulate a good question, doesn't mean we don't want your super chats, you know? At least he's giving us super chats, you know? It's like, might be nonsense, but... Pablo Marquez, Blahotep the Second. I'm gonna go get my timestamp here. Get down here. Andrew Graham, he had money to burn. I hope he can pay his bills. Let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd. Was Addison having a seizure writing these? Could be. Tongues? Maybe it's as good an explanation as any.
Historical strategy gaming. I like the cat on the key.
Yeah, I'm not getting those yet, though. Come on, update. Yeah, it hasn't it hasn't transferred over yet to StreamYard. All right, there we go. Historical strategy gaming. His cat might write those super chats if he has one. Cat on the keyboard. Yep. You never know. Sugary speaking in tongues goodness. Nice. Maybe?
PCs. We know seizures happen to humans. Addison is a human, so there's no proof that is important.
We know that seizures happen to humans, and Addison is a human, so there's no proof he wasn't having one. True. But was he human? Maybe Addison isn't human. That's possible. You know? Maybe Addison is the cat. His Pentecostal cat. Addison is a Pentecostal cat. He's a cat that speaks in tongues. All right, let's go. Let's get back to the super chats. Otherwise, we're not going to get through them tonight. This was fun. Ooh, now there's a new theory. Let me explain. Says Addison is likely a sound fox person. Come on now. He could be a sound fox. But then again, what are we doing sitting on the keyboard if he was a sound fox?
No, Pentecostal cat.
Pentecostal cat, yeah. It's more likely. Cousin to the sound fox, yeah, sure. Pentecostal cat.
Cats with seizures built the pyramids.
Cats with seizures built the pyramids. Oh boy, this is fun. All right, we better get back to this. All right. Okay, the next one here from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I'm not going to say that first bit. I mean, I know how easy it is to be soundbited. Second part, biblical studies is of the devil. Everyone who disagrees is a heretical compromiser. Are they? Well, what was it? Incompetence is virtually indistinguishable from malfeasance. I think is one of the thoughts that comes to mind. So, I don't think everyone who's in biblical studies is of the devil. Okay, I know there are people out there who do think that. There's definitely people out there who think that. You know. Yeah, this would be funny if people didn't take this seriously. Now, I do think there are definitely people in biblical studies that have gone off the rails big time. Not necessarily compromisers, but definitely they're not. I wouldn't say they're basically inspired by the Holy Spirit. So, I mean, yeah, you do get those types in biblical studies. There's no question about it. And you get a lot of them, unfortunately. But not everyone. Not by a long shot. But there are basically people who will believe this. So I will be a little careful. Here of what I'm going to repeat as far as that goes. Because I don't want anyone soundbiting me here to say something I never meant to say. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And but not gonna repeat this one verbatim. Okay. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He wants me to declare The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull to be the greatest film of all time. After I panned it last week? Don't think so. Terrible movie. Terrible. Oh, so bad. So bad. Man, Indiana Jones has lost the plot. Totally lost the plot. I mean, he's supposed to be the guy that's going out and getting artifacts from museums, not launching them in outer space. Okay, this thing is so gone off the rails it isn't even funny. Tom Paris asked, "Did I see the most recent Indiana Jones?" No, I haven't yet. I have not seen it yet. So no, I haven't seen it yet. I have no opinion on the most recent one. I haven't heard good things about it though. So, So anyway, not gonna say I like the Crystal Skull. Not gonna say it. Nice try though, Addison. Yeah, exegetical apologetics will say that. Good for him. He'll say it. I mean, it is based upon a artifact that was purported to be genuine and is really proven to be. And these are the crystal skulls. Now, in the late 19th century, there was a adventurer who claimed to have found crystal skulls in some ruins in Mexico. And these were at one point held in museums, but today they're basically held in basements because they're all forgeries. And they've been proven to be forgeries. But occasionally you still get people who try to do the crystal skull thing as basically saying, oh, it's a perfect crystal skull. It must have been made by aliens. No. No, definitely not. Whoa. Whoa. Yikes. Yeah, they've all been proven to be forgeries. Every last one of them. Basically of recent manufacture. They're not data storage devices. They're not hologram devices. They're not crystal balls. They're forgeries. And they're recent. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it does get into a little tangent of pseudo-archaeology that we sometimes still encounter. There are people who still pitch the whole crystal skull thing. And Indiana Jones, double down on it. Lovely. Lovely. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I very much appreciate it. Okie dokie. Next one here is Addison Weir for $4.99, who's trying to do the same thing again. Addison Weir loves the Netflix Cleopatra documentary. Okay. Now, I have finally, I did finally watch the first episode of the Netflix Cleopatra documentary. A recent podcaster has asked me to come on his channel and talk about this. I haven't said yes or no to him yet, but I decided before actually making that decision to actually watch the first episode. And it's bad. It's really bad. And it's boring. I haven't even watched the rest of the episodes because I can't bring myself to do it. It's just like, it's awful. I mean, really awful. It really does mischaracterize the ethnicities we find in Alexandria at that time. Terrible. It's absolutely. I mean, it's a. I hate to say it. It's blackwashing history. It really is blackwashing history. It's basically changing the ethnicity of an entire people group for a particular ideological narrative. And yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's really nuts. So, but again, I've only seen the first episode, and what I saw of it wasn't enough to be very concerning, at least as far as the truthful presentation of history is concerned.
And it's more concerning because Jada Smith said history was told wrong. This is true.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are being involved in that show that are confirming a. I mean, the grandma at the beginning, who's a professor of classics. It's like, well, what does she know about Egyptian history? She knows nothing about Egyptian history, and yet she's being purported as this expert on Egyptian history. And it's like, what? Huh? It's like, okay, your grandma told you that Cleopatra was African, sub-Saharan African. Where you get that from? What's your sources? You know, they don't got any. There's no sources. There's no proof. It's all. I mean, it's an empty conjecture, and it's an empty conjecture that's used to spin a narrative. So, yeah, I think there's some real cause to be concerned about the documentary. Yeah, Mechanic said, "My sources, I made it up." That's pretty much it. Yeah. BC, Grandma said it's don't depress me. I won't comment on that any further, but yeah, that seems to be sort of what's going on there. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $4.99. Take a position on Origins, or I'll eat all your popcorn. I have taken a position on Origins, which is I don't take any position on Origins. I am firmly on the position that I don't take a position on Origins. It's a position. And it's a firm position. I am absolutely convinced that I'm not going to take a position on Origins. So...
You are an evidentialist, and there's not enough evidence to decide one way or the other.
I'm an evidentialist. I'm an ardent evidentialist. I don't think there's enough evidence for me to decide one or the other. So, because I am an ardent evidentialist and I have to follow the evidence, and I don't think the evidence is clear enough for my liking, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to take a position. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
Ray is calling you Schrodinger.
Jack Ray says, okay, Schrodinger and his cat.
Excellent.
Works for me. All right. Back to the top here. Ooh. Oh. Nailed it. Nailed it. Talitha Kum. The writing of Netflix Cleopatra is like when my bratty middle school friend wrote fan fiction. Nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it here. Yeah. That's absolutely what it is. And it's badly written, too. I mean, that's just the other thing, too. It's not just boring. It's not just boring, and it's not just blackwashing. It's badly written. It's bad fiction. It's bad fan fiction. You know, half the stuff she claims to have done, she never did. You know, so it's just like, mm. Oh, oh. I don't have that comment up yet, but there we go. McEnany says, "You hear that? He has no position on Assassin's Creed Origins." I have this position on Assassin's Creed Origins. I haven't played it much because it felt like work. The most annoying thing about being an Egyptologist, I used to love like all those archaeology games, like any game that involved Egypt, like Tomb Raider. I was huge fan of Tomb Raider. I loved Tomb Raider. It's one of the things that inspired me to become an Egyptologist was the whole Tomb Raider games. And then I actually became an Egyptologist, an archaeologist. And then I went back and started playing these games over, and it's like, this feels like work. I mean, I tried, you know, I still haven't deleted it off my PC yet, but Assassin's Creed Origins, okay? I started playing it, and it's like, okay, I can't walk past a pillar without trying to read the inscriptions. And it's like
The shopping mall in
oh yeah.
when we took the money from.
Oh yeah, there's a shopping mall in where was that? Manchester.
Yeah.
Manchester that had a whole bunch of Egyptian stuff on the walls. And they had a Egyptian theme in this shopping mall. And it's like we're in that shopping mall and I can't move past the reliefs because I'm trying to translate them.
And only half are real.
And only half are real.
Some are inspired.
But it felt like work. Here I am in the shopping mall, not enjoying myself. It feels like work. You know, so that's what Assassin's Creed was like for me. It's like, okay, I'm not making any progress in this game because I'm stopping and reading every little inscription I come across. Oh, that's Ramses III's cartouche. Yes, I recognize that. Yeah, so it's just like crazy, just crazy. It's a change of perspective. And as I said, you know, as soon as I started playing Tomb Raider again, it was the same deal. It felt like work once again. So, so I haven't played many. I tend to play video games that are very, very different than Egyptology when I do play games. Like, for example, I will play Fallout. I love Fallout. It's not like archaeology in the slightest. Oh, yeah. I went to an academic conference in Boston, and this also happened to me in Washington, D.C., too. And I would walk around the city, and it's like, ooh, I recognize this area. Wait, why do I recognize this area? Oh, yeah. Fallout 4, Boston. I recognize the city because of Fallout 4. Washington, D.C. I said, damn, I've never been in this city. This is my first time in Washington, D.C. Why do I recognize the subways here? This is strange. I've never been in Washington, D.C. Then it hit me. Fallout 3.
But huge credit.
I mean,
to the designer.
yeah, huge credit to the designers of these games because they've managed to capture the feeling of these cities in a compressed space. Like even Fallout New Vegas. I mean, I've been to Vegas so many times that I recognize the city very well. But you know, going through it, it felt like home because Nevada was home for us for a long time. So, so absolutely, it was uncanny. So I tend to play games like Fallout, um, what's it called now, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Played Skyrim.
Most, we were in DC for RC 2019 and
I want to get that one up. Yeah, you were there. Ancient and Bible. We were in DC for RC in 2019, and all you could think about was Fallout. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it was like deja vu. It was like totally deja vu. It absolutely was like deja vu. It was like, okay, I'm taking the subway there to the Smithsonian and the what's it called now, the National Geographic Museum, and it's just like, yeah, I'm thinking Fallout all the way through here. Another game I really love is The Long Dark. Love that one too. That one's a great game. If you guys haven't played that, that's an excellent, excellent game. So, Aston Weir, play Outer Worlds. It's Fallout in space. I've not tried Outer Worlds yet. Unfortunately, I have not had a lot of time recently for games. So for me, it's I need to take more time to do games, to be honest, because of the relaxation component to it. But it's the one way I do relax. So it's one of those things that I wish I had more time to play more games, because right now it's just like I'm burning the candle at both ends right now. Anytime I'm not at my day job, I'm doing this. So, you know, I'm doing YouTube when I'm not doing my day job. So I don't have a lot of time for games at the moment. I should play a few more just to sort of unwind. For me, playing games is like Sabbath. It's Sabbath. So, you know, I really, really love it. Okay, so let's get back here to the super chats. But yeah, there were some interesting comments here, and so those are the games I tend to play. All right, let's see. Next super chat here is, again, As Some Weird for $1.99, where he goes blah, 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 blah. Okay. Our next serious super chat here, but again, thank you, Addison, for supporting the channel. I do appreciate it. It's from Tom Wanchek for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do you think Satan manifested himself in the desert? Matthew 4. Physically, mentally, etc. How will you ever do kids' content intro to the Old Testament? Oh, those are two very different questions. Very different questions. Okay. Let me answer the second one first, and we'll get back to the Satan question. How you do kids' content is you simplify the language, but you don't sugarcoat anything. Okay? So you don't play stupid games like, oh, Jonah was just sleeping in the belly of the whale. He was dead. Dead, dead. Dead, 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 dead. The way you communicate with children, and children are smart. I mean, children are context machines. They are context machines. Children are able to just pick up a language just by understanding the context of where they're living. You can take a child, drop it into a home of a foreign language speaker, and they'll start picking up the language in months. and really fast. Really, really, really fast. They're context machines. They understand things and can put pieces together in ways adults can't. And they are designed to do this. So what you don't have to worry about with a child is giving them the whole context. But what you do have to give them is the whole story unvarnished. So, Darkblade, as a child currently playing a logic puzzle game while watching this, I can confirm. Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, they can piece things together in really profound and rapid ways. There's a philosopher who is basically a professional philosopher. He teaches at a college. I can't remember his name at the moment, but he wrote a book on basically doing philosophy with your children. And he basically said that children are philosophers that have it bred out of them. He says every child is a philosopher. And he says the reason why is they can summarize and distill and pick things out of their context. And they'll understand it. So, what you have to give children, in fact, more so than even adults, is the unvarnished truth. You know, Michael Heiser used to say that it was not his job to protect people from the Bible. You know, a lot of pastors think that you got to protect your parishioners from the Bible. No, you give them the unvarnished truth. This is doubly so for children. Children can handle concepts that a lot of adults can't handle. Children understand death. They get it. They've seen it. You know, they've seen it on a playground. You know, there's a dead bird on the playground. They get it. They understand it. They don't need to protect it from it. So, you know, I mean, I don't know any child that hasn't gone out on the playground sometime during their elementary years and has not seen a dead animal on the playground. So they understand this. They know about this. They don't need to be protected from it. What they do need is the unvarnished narrative. Unvarnished truth, unvarnished narrative of the Bible. They just need it spoken in simpler vocabulary. So you don't use the 50-cent words with them. If you yeah, until they're 10, yeah. Once they're 10, yeah. Then you can go with the disestablishmentarianism. Consubstantiation, transubstantiation. Oh well, we had a priest friend who was personal friends with a Lutheran, and you know, there was the friend had just given birth to the Lutheran family had just given birth to their first child, brand new infant, like a month old, and the priest comes and visits his friend, and as you know, he sees the kid in the crib, and he goes, transubstantiation, and the Lutheran goes, consubstantiation. I think the kid's like 1 month old. He's not understanding either word. But I mean, it was just hysterical. Okay. So yeah, save the big jargon for their teen years, okay? You know, once they're teenagers, they can probably understand a lot of the jargon. And theology and Christianity has a lot of jargon. So you gotta, for kids, explain it in really simple terms. Use simple vocabulary. Don't shy away from the concepts, just explain it in more simple terms. So that's how you do content for kids. And you can do this with any content. Old Testament, New Testament, doesn't matter. Now, your first question. How did Satan manifest himself? We're not really told. We are told that angels and angelic powers can manifest with simulacra bodies. Now, what is a simulacra body? It's a body that looks human, but is not human flesh. And it's a manifestation of appearance, but not of substance. And that's what the point here is. Okay? So, that's how I think Satan would have manifested himself to Jesus, is in that simulacra manifestation. So again, a simulacra manifestation is a manifestation that looks human, but is not human flesh. These are similar to theophanies, in that where the angel of the Lord manifests himself as in the appearance of a man, but is not human flesh. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Josh Nichols for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Personal Bible study tips. Good studies, way of studying, etc. Okay. Read the book. That's probably the first rule. If you're not reading the book, and of course by the book, I mean the Bible, get your Bible, start reading it.
Like that.
Yeah. Have it on your desk. Have it in arm's reach. Okay. If you don't have a Bible in arm's reach, get one within arm's reach. If you're, anywhere where you're spending most of your time, you should have, if you want to study this, you should have a text that you can actually pick up and read. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be a hardcover like I've got, but you do have to read it. There's a couple of extra tips I'll give you too, but that's the first one. Read the book. So many of the problems I encounter in interacting with others is that people have not read the book. They don't remember it, or they think they remember it, and then they're remembering incorrectly because they haven't read it in like 20, 30 years. Or they never read it at all, and they're just assuming it. So, that's the first step. Read the book. The second step is try to dig deeper. Don't just gloss over or read it. Try to read for understanding. Make sure you're understanding every verse as you're stepping through it. Basically, this is what's called attentive reading. So you're asking questions of the text as you are reading it. Sometimes that will require you to do a little bit of background research on why a certain thing appears seemingly out of place. The third thing is, if you have the time and the ability, pick up the original languages. They do help. They actually help. It really does help to know Greek and Hebrew. Most people could probably pick up Greek without too much difficulty, at least enough to be dangerous. But even that will help you to understand something of what's going on in the text. The other thing I would suggest is meditate on the text. Now, what is Christian meditation? It'll talk about, like, for example, the Psalms will talk about meditating upon the word of the Lord. What does it mean by this? It is essentially where you take a piece of text and you read it over and over and over again. So let's say you take a Psalm and you really want the most out of it. Because that's the point of Bible study here, is to get the most out of any piece of text. And you can do this with not just a Psalm, but with any historical piece as well. And I've done this many times, so I know this works. which is basically read the text 3 times a day for a month. By the time that month is over, you'll understand that text very well. Very, very well. Things will come alive to you like you've never... I mean, you're going to be at like day 20 and going, okay, I've read this text like 80 times. I'm not getting any more out of this. What's going on?
Oh, no. The third time you'll be bored.
Oh, yeah, by the third time you'll read it.
Push through.
Yeah, you have to push through this. You have to push through this. This biblical meditation requires you to push through it. So as I said, 3 times a day, every day for an entire month. By the time you hit day 30, day 28, 29, the text will just come alive. You'll see things you never saw before. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, none of this comes without effort. All this comes with a price. Okay? But for the price, you get a huge reward. So those are my tips here. Is 1, read the text. I mean, if you're not reading it, you're not going to get anything at all. 2nd, attentive reading. 3rd, learn the languages if you can. And 4th, do biblical meditation, which is that repeated reading where you're reading that text 100 times over over 1 month. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped, and very much appreciate your support. Okay, Gizmo SBOL for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Question in non-super chat. Okay, okay, I see it here. All right. Question is, how could Zerah, the Cushite of 2 Chronicles 14:9-5, have been made to the Levant from Cush, since Egypt under Osorkon I would have blocked him? Okay, let's bring up the text here. To check on something else first here before. Okay, just taking a look at something here first. And that is 2 Chronicles. $14. As is 9/11. Okay. Okay, let's bring up the text here. starting at verse 9. Now, Zerah the Cushite, it says in the NSB Ethiopian, but it's from Cush. Cush is not Ethiopia. But obviously the NSB translators didn't know that. Came out against them with the army of 1,000,000 men, probably an overstatement, and 300 chariots. Yeah, it's not 1,000,000 men if he's got 300 chariots. And he came to Mareshah. So Asa went out to meet him, and they drew up battle formation in the valley of Shephthalah at Mareshah. Then Asa called the Lord God and said, Lord, there's no one besides thee to help me in the battle between the powerful and those who have no strength. So help us, O Lord, for we trust in thee. Thy name shall have come against this multitude, O Lord. Thou art our God. Let not man prevail against thee. So the Lord routed the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people who were with him pursued them as far as Gerar. So many Ethiopians fell that they could not recover, for they were shattered before the Lord and before his army, and they carried away very much plunder. And they destroyed all the cities around Gerar, for the dread of the Lord had fallen upon them, and they were despoiled of all their cities, for there was much plunder. And also they struck down those who owned livestock, and they carried away large numbers of sheep and camels, and they returned to Jerusalem. All right. Here's the typical... Now, this is during the reign of Asa. Okay. King Asa reigned from 911 to 869 BC. The king at the time was... you had... basically the Libyan dynasty in charge here, which was Osorkon the first from 925 to 890, and that's probably who Zerah is. Zerah is probably Osorkon the first, and most scholars will agree on this. The big question here is, why is he called the Cushite? Okay, that's the question, because he's a Libyan. It probably has more with the assembly of the sort of troops he's using than his actual point of origin. Now, for a time, Osorkon I was viceroy of, essentially, vizier of Kush. In the 22nd dynasty, there was actually 3 viziers. You had the vizier of Upper Egypt, this vizier of Lower Egypt, and the vizier of Kush, and essentially Meroe. And these were essentially how they divided the country during the 22nd dynasty. So what you have here is a sort of a division. So under Shishak I, or Shishak, Osorkon was the vizier or viceroy of Nubia, of Kush. So he might have taken on that epithet at that time because of his connection to the governance of Kush. So that's probably what's going on there. It's probably why he's called Cushite. But the Zerah can be a transliteration of the nickname for Osorkon I. So it's likely that these are not 2 separate people, but that Zerah the Cushite and Osorkon I are the same person. So it's not that one would have blocked the other. It's that the one is the other. So that when Osorkon I does his campaign, he is actually taking with him a large number of Cushites as basically mercenaries. And they did this. One of the things we understand about the 22nd dynasty is this is the age of mercenaries. They are really taking a lot of mercenaries out on the battlefield at this time because there's not enough native troops to supplement it. One of the things that's very, very telling that we get from the Bible here is they got a lot of land troops, and a million here is an exaggeration, but a lot of foot soldiers, but 300 chariots. That is a very small number of chariots. Really small. The Cushites were not accomplished charioteers. Charioteers came from the Egyptian rank and file. We have to understand that during the time of Ramses II, Ramses had about 5,000 chariots. So 300, that's a really small number of chariots. That is actually showing you sort of how diminished at least the charioteers are. So Osokon here is making up for the lack of chariots with huge amounts of ground, basically infantry, even though that number is highly exaggerated. So that's sort of what's going on in this passage here, is you've got basically Osokon is making up for the lack of chariots with basically files of Cushite troops, essentially infantry. So this is probably one of the reasons he's also being called the Cushite as well. So not only was he viceroy of Nubia and Kush, he's also basically taking mostly Nubians and Cushites as his preferred mercenaries out on the battlefield. So I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Okay, next super chat here. Is from Gizbo SBOL for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, I want to pursue a PhD in Assyriology and live in Northern California. Any recommendations? Are virtual courses offered? Okay. Well, it would help to know what your academic level is right now. Do you hold a BA? Do you hold a master's degree? What's your sort of level of academic standing at the moment? Are you a high school student? Give me a bit more background here of what your academic rank is at the moment, because I can probably better guide you at that point. Now, if you want to live in Northern California, wow, California has very particular rules for teaching. It's, if you want to qualify to be a teacher in Northern California, you pretty much have to have all your out-of-state degrees qualified, which is an expensive process in California. You don't have to do that in other states, by the way. This is a California thing. So, I wouldn't necessarily recommend living in Northern California, if you want to teach. And frankly, most of the best Assyriology programs are not in the state of California, so you'd have to go through that process. I don't know if UCLA offers one. I know that UCLA has a good Egyptology program. I know that Brown has a good Assyriology program. Brown has a good Assyriology program. I wouldn't recommend University of Toronto, but they do have an Assyriology program. I believe the University of Manchester has an Assyriology program. But again, you're getting far from the USA at this point. So there aren't a lot of... You can try University of Chicago. They've got a good Assyriology program. It's competitive. It's very competitive. But they do have a good Assyriology program. But if you want to teach in the United States, you almost have to go to an Ivy League program. Ivy League programs are generally kind of crap as far as their teaching, but it's a catch-22.
Do you want a good education or do you want to get hired?
Yeah, it's the catch-22 is, do you want a good education or do you want to get hired? So,
You have a good education.
yeah, you almost have to choose in this case. John Hopkins is a very good Assyriology program. Excellent Assyriology program. So, you know, there are some really good Assyriology programs in the United States. It's just really difficult to get hired, but once you got them. You'd probably do fine at Harvard. Their Assyriology program is okay. Again, you won't get as good as education as you would at, say, Chicago or Johns Hopkins. I think Hopkins is probably the best Assyriology program in the United States right now. That would be my estimation. Chicago, though, is good also. You won't go wrong with Chicago. The others, again, you'll get a job if you go to Yale. You'll get a job if you go to Harvard. You won't necessarily get the best education. So, again, it's a catch-22. And it's a catch-22 that you're just not going to get away from. So, but if I would have had my choice in Assyriology, I probably would have picked Hopkins. It's just really super competitive to get into Hopkins, though. Really hard. They've got like something like 4 seats a year. You're competing against, 3 other people. So those programs are super competitive. The problem with Chicago has a completely different program. A different problem. The problem with Chicago is they tend to over-matriculate. You don't get any funding for the first 2 years while at the University of Chicago. But what happens is, because they over-matriculate... Honey? Yeah, I won't. They tend to over-matriculate. So they'll have a large cadre of first and second year PhD students in Chicago. And they'll either run out of money or they just don't make it. The other problem with Chicago, too, is supervision can be terrible. I knew somebody who did a PhD at University of Chicago and didn't even talk to their advisor for the first 2 years. So Chicago almost expects you to be able to swim with the sharks and figure out your own program.
Not what it's supposed to be.
And that can be really a problem if you are a beginning student of a PhD program. So unless you're really self-motivated and have deep pockets or able to be resourceful enough to get the money to do it, Chicago might not be a great choice either. So,
but it would give you both the name and the
yeah, it would give you both name and, well, some hireability. Chicago will not give you the hireability of the Ivy Leagues, unfortunately, because they're pumping out too many students. Even the number of graduates is very high out of the University of Chicago. So anyway, that's my advice here. It's not a great situation, but that's the best I can offer you here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any decent virtual programs for Masters in Old Testament? Okay, let's let's discuss the whole virtual thing. I would not ever recommend a virtual program for a graduate degree. Undergraduate, yeah, okay. If you're doing a BA in Old Testament, yeah, sure, do it virtual. No one cares. When you start doing, part of the whole problem with graduate degrees is you're building relationships. You're learning a lot more. And here's the thing. There's a podcast, you might have heard it, called Freakonomics, where, they basically take the weird side of economics. And they did one episode on the whole virtual education thing. And basically the whole virtual education thing has been a complete flop. This is one thing we've learned out of the COOF pandemic. These virtual meetings be fine for meetings, but for education, it's been a complete failure. And one of the reasons why it was a complete failure is because there's more to education than just information acquisition. A lot of the stuff you actually learn in a graduate program takes place outside of classroom hours. Okay? This is something that I found, this is one of the things you learn when you go through the program. I saw a Zoom meeting this week from on Heiser's channel. Yeah, Heiser's still, even though he's passed away now, his channel's still going, and people are still broadcasting on his behalf. And they had a Zoom meeting for Redemption College. And one of the selling points of Redemption College was it's a virtual classroom. It's all virtual. It's all done. You meet with your advisor virtually once every 6 months or something like that. It's all done on your schedule. It's all done at your pace. Sounds real good on the surface. But the problem is, much of what you learn in a master's program happens outside the class, in the hallways. It's amazing how much teaching happens in the hallway. You're not going to get that in a virtual class. Okay? You learn stuff when you go out to dinner with some of these professors. I mean, we've done that. I mean, we did that a lot. One of the best pieces of advice that I ever got was from John Monson. John Monson is an archaeologist. We did dinner once with Professor Monson, just before a class he was about to teach. We went out to dinner at a restaurant, and, he asked, he said, have you published any articles? I said, yeah, I've published a peer-reviewed article. He goes, excellent. A peer-reviewed article is a great outline for a book. Never heard that anywhere else before. Great piece of advice. Would have never heard it if this had been a Zoom thing. There's no personalized attention on a Zoom meeting. Okay? There's no personalized attention. Even the whole question and answer things that happens in a Zoom meeting is deeply depersonalized. So you're going to be at this point, I mean, if you're going to seriously do a master's degree, you're probably going to at least considering doing a PhD at some point, and you're going to need recommendations. And you're going to have to go to those professors and say, I need you to recommend me for this program. And he's going to go, who are you? You were one of the Zoom students? I don't know. I mean, I just saw a sea of faces, pictures. I will tell you one thing about professors. Having been one, having studied under many of them. Okay? Professors remember two kinds of people in their classes: the screw-ups and the overachievers. You tend to not remember the 80% in between. Now, okay, some of the screw-ups are just don't have their life in order yet. And when they do get their life in order, they end up being really, really good scholars in the end, because they're sort of thinking outside the box already, even as they're screwing up. Okay? But, so you sort of, as a professor, sort of lump the two, and you kind of figure it out quickly. You know, I still remember some of my students. I remember their names. And it's like, okay, if they ever came up to me for a recommendation for a PhD, oh yeah, I'd be right there. I know exactly what to say because I had developed a personal relationship with them. There was a couple students I went to coffee with. You know, when we went out, had coffee, I got to know them as students. They got to know me as a professor. Fantastic. You can't do that in Zoom. So, you know, there's one student. I was in the library, main library, and you know, this was long after the course was over, and she sort of tagged me in she called me out, and she was a student from mainland China, and she told me that, you know, religion was never part of her life, and in taking her course, the course on the history of ancient Egypt, she discovered how important religion was to these people's lives, and it opened up her thinking to new things. Okay, that told me a lot about that student, that she is open to new ideas, that she's mentally flexible, that she has a spirit that's willing to learn. If this had been all over Zoom, wouldn't have known any of that. Wouldn't have known any of that. So there could be good programs in Old Testament for knowledge acquisition. They won't give you what you need if you want to do a real master's degree. The real master's degrees happen outside, learning happens outside the class. And that's why physical campuses are still important. So anyway, I cannot recommend a virtual program for a master's degree in Old Testament. So there might be some that are decent for language or knowledge acquisition, but I cannot recommend it for a master's degree. So anyway, I hope that helps. It might be a disappointing answer, but I think you need to know that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and appreciate your support of the channel. Okay, Gizbo SBOL again for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How would Levantine people have said the name Ramses III? Could they have used a shortened from Sisu Heka, as claimed by some revisionists? No. They would not have used that he's Ramses Meriamun. Okay. Usur Ma'are. Ramasu Meriamun is his name in Egyptian. His nickname would have been Sesi. Okay. Now, in the Levantine, we're not exactly sure how, if his nickname would have been used in Levant. Sometimes the Levantines used the nicknames, sometimes they didn't. Sisu Heka was not a nickname for Ramses III. Okay. His nickname was Sesi. So that was his nickname. So it's unlikely that it would. I mean, this whole Sisu thing is just idiocy. It's just complete baloney. And you can thank David Roll for perpetuating this garbage. And it's just so he can do his revisionism crap. So yeah, his nickname was Ceci. The nickname for Ramses II was Ceci Su. But this whole Sisu thing, no, they wouldn't have used that. They probably would have used his birth name, which was Ramses. And they would have pronounced that as Ramses. If they had used the nickname, it would have been Ceci. But we don't have any evidence that the Levantines used the nicknames for Ramses, any of the Ramessides. That does seem to happen, though, later on. We don't have... They in the Levantine literature, for the 19th dynasty, 19th and 20th dynasty, the Levantines seem to have used the birth name. And it's not until the 21st dynasty, and really not even then, basically the 22nd dynasty, that they start using the nicknames. So the revisionists are taking things out of their historical context and really sort of twisting it around to get what they want. So, the revisionists just aren't good at history. They just aren't good at history. And they're terrible with the texts. So, I don't know what else to say about this. Other than the fact is that they probably would not have used the nickname here. And the Egyptians would have used the nickname in some texts, but the Levantines probably wouldn't have. That wasn't commonly done, as I say, until the 22nd dynasty. Once you get into the 22nd dynasty, oh yeah, they're using nicknames. But before then, they seem to be using birth names instead. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Trey Manu for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Would you say women and children were viewed as the property of the husband/father in the Old Testament? Is there any grounds for the changing? Is there grounds for the changing for us now? Don't understand the second question. The whole idea of people being property, of family members being property, that's sort of an anachronism. This comes out of really more of a Roman concept, the pax patri, the idea that a father owned the household, more than you have out of a Hebrew perspective. Yeah, there's actually strong cultural reasons why that was in Roman law too. Okay, family in Hebrew society were not property. They're definitely not property. In Roman law, a Roman father could kill his son with no consequences. That was just part of Roman law, because the son, until he became joined the army or entered the age of maturity, he was property. Same way was the that a wife under Roman law was property of the husband. Of course, she got half of his goods too. Okay, why she wore wedding ring. I mean, it is interesting. Roman women, their wedding rings were basically a ring with a key on it. The key was the, quote, key to his treasury. So she owned half his property, even though he was her property. Okay, so, but Hebrew law was different. There was the whole thing of him being property was not quite the same. He could write a writ of divorce. She did not have the right to initiate a divorce. So that was one peculiarity of, say, Hebrew law, Israelite law. But children were property. Children could run away at any time. Then there was nothing the parents could do. Didn't happen that often, just because the consequences of running away were so dire. But it happened. Hebrew children could run away. And there's nothing stopping them from doing it. Prodigal son. Yeah. Prodigal son just takes off. Collects his portion of the inheritance and takes off. Yeah. And the only expectation the prodigal son had coming back was as a slave, not as a full member of the family. So, children had the right to self-emancipate. They could leave. So they're not viewed as property, and they're not slaves. As I said, this is a carryover from Roman law, not from Hebrew law. So, again, this is something that's a peculiarity that sometimes gets read into the Old Testament, but it's not in the Old Testament. That's Roman law. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Graham for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's good to see you here tonight. Please answer the one Egyptian military academies. Okay. $8.16. All right. Okay, I see it. Socio-historian asks, did the ancient Middle Eastern and Egyptian militaries have academies where their generals learned about war, or was it done ad hoc? Do we have any records talking about military theory? We don't have a lot of records talking about military theory, but they did have training academies, okay? And Tutmosis III was sent to one of these when Hatshepsut usurped the throne. She sent young Tutmosis III, and he's 9. He's 9 years old, and he gets shipped off to boot camp. The Egyptian military had training camps. It had, and they were effectively military academies. They taught you the principles of war. So they taught you how to shoot if you were an archer, or if you were a charioteer, how to drive. You had to buy your own equipment. Okay, that's one of the things about military academies in ancient Egypt, is you had to buy your own equipment. But once you bought your equipment, they trained you. So that was something that that was basically clearly done, and they could train you quite well. We're not sure exactly what the training regiment was, but it did involve physical fitness. It did involve forced marches. It did involve target practice. Archers went through a lot of target practice, and included strength training as well. So there's a lot there that that we don't know about how those training academies work, but we know they existed because Tutmosis III got shipped off to one. Hatshepsut was kind of hoping he'd have an happy accident on the battlefield. That didn't happen. What happened instead was he became very popular. He became beloved because he was good at it. He was good at it. He was a young prince, and he was charismatic. And he became an ideal military leader. And so by shipping him off to military camp, She didn't end up killing him. She ended up cementing his future rule over Egypt because he had the whole military on his side. Okay, let me grab that. Bonbon asks, when Tutmosis III was a kid, he joined the army. Did other kids and people know about his royal status? Yes, they would have known about his royal status. He wouldn't have gotten any special treatment. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the only special treatment he got. Bomb 4 a.m. and abused by the drill sergeant. That's the special treatment he probably got. Was he got some extra attention. No, his aunt his stepmom pretty much made sure he didn't get any special treatment. So there would have been other children about that age joining military because that was very common to have young children start the military. It was common for children starting at age 7 to join the military. Okay, so parents would ship their kids to the military at age 7, and they would apprentice until age 13. Once they were age 13, they were then allowed to go to war. Now, in Tutmosis' case, he was probably dragged to war as a kid. Just because the point was to have a happy accident. Okay? So he got no special treatment. So he would have basically lived in the entire military lifestyle from the age of 9 onward, and had the expectations of an adult. No. Being an apprentice did not help you get your armor. Egyptians were generally unarmored. You had to bring your own equipment. You had to buy your own equipment. Armor was prohibitively expensive. Only kings had armor. Maybe your highest generals. Okay. Very, very few Egyptian soldiers wore armor. It was just too expensive.
So, my question is, did being an apprentice help you in the military?
It just gave you a young training from my producer asks, does being an apprentice give you advantage in the military? Yes, it does give you an advantage because it trains you to fight. But that's all. There's no financial advantage. So it wouldn't give you extra armor. It would not give you any extra perks and weapons or anything like that. So no, it doesn't give you any special advantages. Now, in the case of Tutmosis III, he still had some financial resources. So he could eventually forward armor for himself. I mean, he was still in name king. But at age 9, he wouldn't have had armor, and he would have been going to war with the rest of them. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, we're back to 823. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, the next super chat here is from Gizbo SBOL for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, the Egyptian correspondent is sometimes unnamed in the Amarna letters. Well, that was actually fairly normal. Could some be from the Tutmosis IV archives or earlier and later brought to Amarna? Yes, the correspondent is sometimes unnamed in, say, those letters, but there often are named. We don't have any letters from the reign of Tutmosis IV that we can identify at Amarna. Of the 300 letters that we do find at Amarna, we find letters. We find some from Tutmosis III. We find just a few. And that was probably letters that were taken with them. Okay. Amenhotep III. Lot from Akhenaten. A couple from Smenkhare. And some from Tutankhamun. But we don't find anything from Tutmosis IV. Now, the ones from Tutmosis III don't appear to be original. They appear to be back references. So basically, it's a letter that seems to be addressed to another person, like Amenhotep III, but is referring to Tutmosis III. We don't find Tutmosis IV mentioned in the Amarna archives. So, from all indications, we don't have any correspondence from any earlier. I mean, there's no direct correspondence any earlier than Amenhotep III at Amarna. And the couple letters we do find discussing Tutmosis III seem to be a back reference. We have one letter that comes from, say, the Mitanni Empire, which is basically talking about an agreement that. Discussing with Amenhotep III an agreement that his predecessor had with Tutmosis III. So they didn't seem to be into the practice of taking letters with them. And that might have been because that the palace in Thebes had not been shut down completely. So there wasn't any real need to move the archive. One of the things about palaces is if they cease to be a royal residence, they usually tend to continue on for some time as an administrative building. And that's what probably happened to the palace of Amenhotep III. Now, the palace of Amenhotep III has been discovered, but unfortunately there was no archive discovered there. Part of the problem with that palace is it's in a very wet area. So a lot of the tablets probably did not survive because they were unfired clay. Amarna is a very dry place, which is why most of those tablets survived. But Amenhotep III's palace at Thebes is not in a dry location. It's amazing we have much of anything of that palace at all. Interestingly enough, a few of actually the plaster paintings survived, and they had to be reburied to protect them. But we haven't found any cuneiform tablets at the Amenhotep III palace. In fact, we don't find them. The only places we found cuneiform tablets is we found 2 fragments of cuneiform tablets at Avaris. But that's the only royal residence where and scriptorium where we found cuneiform tablets. And it just seems to be that they aren't well preserved because of the conditions of the involving the water table. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. Very much appreciated. Claude for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What would you say were the key events that led to the fracture between Jerusalem and Judah? Was it mainly leadership? I'm not sure what you mean by the fracture between Jerusalem and Judah. You might have to rephrase that question. I'm not sure because Jerusalem is the capital of Judah. So I'm not sure what you mean by fracture. You'll have to point to something more specific here, or maybe you're referring to something else. I don't know. But it's hard for me to know unless you specify a bit more clearly. So I might have to give this question a miss because I don't understand what you mean here. So, but anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat, and I want to thank you for the support of the channel. I really appreciate it. Yes, Morel Roshak says, thinking means between Judah and Israel, the northern and southern kingdom. Okay, that I can answer. If you're talking about, say, Judah and the northern kingdom of Israel, it concerned taxation, a lot of it. What happened during the reign of Solomon was he would tax using corvée labor. Essentially, he would enlist men from the various tribes as a form of taxation to come work on his pet projects. And he did this a lot. And it was very hard taxation. Very hard taxation. And so when Rehoboam came to the throne, the 10 tribes came and said to Rehoboam, hey, you know what? Your father taxes hard. We would like a fresh start here. We think that was unfair taxing. And we'd like a little bit of a respite from the taxation. And Rehoboam had two sets of advisors. He had the old advisors from his father, and he had his own personal young punks. The old advisor said, yeah, your father went a bit overboard with his narcissistic projects. You should lighten up here. And the young punks basically said, hey, you think my father was tough? You be tougher, and basically Rehoboam mouths off the tribal leaders. And they said, well, we don't need this. And they went off and they formed their own kingdom, essentially. And Rehoboam was powerless to do it. And they appointed Jeroboam the first as their king. So that's what led to the fracture. It was really a dispute over taxation. So if that's what you're talking about here, the fracture between the northern kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah, it's over taxation. And a lot of us disputes in the ancient world were over taxation. So this was not that uncommon. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that answered the question you were intending to ask. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Danny Dement. Rehoboam decided to listen to his jock friends, shaking my head. Yeah, that's about it. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. Okay. Historical strategy gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think Total War Pharaoh will raise interest in ancient Egypt and the Bronze Age Near East, even though there are some poor design choices? Oh, sure. Oh, sure. I mean, I haven't played the game, so I don't know. I mean, is it a good game? I haven't played it, so I can't. I mean, if the gameplay is really good, it could raise interest. Really, it could. If it's not a good game, then the poor design choices are going to work against it. So it's just going to really come down to how good of a game is it. The fact is that Tomb Raider inspired people to go into archaeology because it was a good game. It was a good game. People were interested. Same with Assassin's Creed Origins. People became interested in it because it's a good game. This is the one thing about mass media. Mass media has the ability to inspire imaginations. I mean, I'll admit it. One of the reasons why I went into Egyptology was because of Doctor Who and the episode Pyramids of Mars. It was it ignited my imagination. And so it's like, that point, it's like, oh, well, being an Egyptologist is cool. So, again, I think all this is going to depend on how good a game it is. Again, I haven't played it, don't know anything about it really, apart from some of the screenshots I get. Yeah, some of the design choices are rather poor and rely on more on the fantasy element than actually into history. But you know what? For some people, that'll be enough. That'll be enough to inflame their interest if it's a good game. If it's a dud, well, then it could actually work against it. But
As so many people trying to recreate history have found,
yeah,
you have to have a script.
yeah, you have to have it. Has to be good. Otherwise, you know, you'll like.
Strong characters, character development, storyline.
Yeah,
Plot.
yeah. I mean, I'll say this: Exodus Gods and Kings was terrible. It was terrible, and it actually worked against people being interested. You know, it was just not a good movie. It was not a good movie. It was not good design choices, and really worked against it.
Christian films or plays.
My producer added here that she added a thing that said, you know, she says most Christian films and plays actually works against people being interested in the Bible. And that's because of the poor production values. And I can't disagree with that. So, again, will Total War Pharaoh do anything for the field? Depends. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Super Jam.
Moriel Rorschach learned way more from each of them. You should put that one up.
Okay, we'll take that then before we do the super chat then. Moriel Rorschach said, learned way more from Age of Empires than history classes in school. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Again, same problem. History classes can be really, really boring. They can be incredibly boring. They can also be extremely interesting, too. Depends who your teacher is. You know, depends what's being taught. You know, so I can totally agree with that. So, you know, media can go a long ways to getting people interested. Classes can go along. I mean, there's people who've taught classes who ends up, you know, the following year they get a their classes are basically booked out in the first week because it becomes so there's such interesting and provocative speakers that people just will flock to them and get them interested. You know, I had a few teachers like that who were just so interesting that, you know, they really inspired. You know, I almost became a church historian because I had a really, really good teacher who could, you know, was really interesting and really inspiring. But, you know, ultimately I went a different direction. But I still, you know, think about that teacher and actually use a lot of his lessons in my own work. So, yeah, these things, you know, these things matter. Okay. So let's get back to that super chat. Okay, it should be 8:42 here. Let's do it. Okay, the next super chat here is from Super Jam for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think the sense of humor was like for the ancient Egyptians? What would have they found funny? Okay, they had quite the sense of humor. Okay, how can I say this? They happen to love situational comedy. Okay. There is a narrative called The Tale of Winnemoon. Now, a lot of Egyptologists think Winnemoon is fictitious. I don't think it's fictitious. I think it was a real biography that was written on a tomb wall somewhere that the Egyptians just found so funny that they wrote it down and made copies of it. Yeah, kept reposting it. Because this guy's a complete clown.
Became one of the first social media.
I mean, this guy's entrusted to take gold from the temple treasury at Karnak Temple and sail down to Tyre to get more wood to bring back to repair the temple. Well, he sails right down to Memphis and promptly loses the gold. Okay, all the gold is stolen. All right, he doesn't go back. He continues with the journey, and he goes to the Prince of Tyre, and he says to the Prince of Tyre, I'm from Egypt. Your ancestors just gave the wood to us. And the prince goes, well, let's get the day rolls. Let's see if that's actually true. And the prince goes, oh, look, you paid such and such for that. Your ancestor paid such and such for that wood. Where's your gold? So the Egyptians had a sense of humor. They liked puns. They loved double entendres. So yeah, they did have a sense of humor. They would write about their sense of humor. I mean, there's things, of course, some things that they, of course, didn't like, but in, say, documents where they were read for casual reading, yes, they would inject humor into that. They inject humor into wisdom literature. So yeah, they had quite the sense of humor, and we get just a taste of this. They would use parody, like they would say, talk about. There's one papyrus where they portray a court official as a mouse and his servants as cats. So they would use anamorphics as well to parody them. So they had parody, they had puns, they had double entendres, they had situational comedy. So they had all sorts of humor devices, and they the Camel part. So they invented Mickey Mouse, sorta. Yeah. So that's the sort of things they would have found funny. And actually, it's quite enjoyable literature to read. So, Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, something like that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it.
Weird frog.
What?
25. Jack Tuesday. Weird wrong.
Weird Ray Merneptovich. Something like that, I guess. Okay. Mystery flavor for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. What would you say is the biggest open question in the field of biblical Egyptology? There is still several open questions in Egyptology, biblical Egyptology. Probably is probably the big one is when exactly did I mean, there we have guesses and we have evidence, but of like how exactly did the plague of the firstborn flesh out? We don't have any records of that from Egypt. We don't have the Egyptians' perspective on that. It's really hard to say how that sort of played out, the death of the firstborn, the actual Passover itself. So there are still open questions about, say, the Exodus. How big was the Exodus? We've got a size for Avaris, but when you include the hinterlands, what's the total number here? There's still some question about what is the meaning of the numbers in the census. We got some theories. We got explanations. But no one knows exactly which explanation is the right explanation. So there's still a lot of open questions here, particularly regarding the Exodus itself. But we've also, in the last 10 years, had a lot of those big questions resolved too. Like, how could there be a splitting of the Reed Sea? That's now been answered. That the wind set down.
Awesome.
Wind set downs?
Yeah, if people haven't looked that up, Google that.
Oh yeah, Googling the.
Tell them to
Yeah,
that.
look up the wind set down thing. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's really neat. Yeah, scary as heck, but still neat. So yeah, there's a lot of questions that have been answered, especially as I say, in the last 10, 20 years. But there's still some big open questions. And I think that numbers thing is probably one of the biggest open questions, as well as, just that gauging of the size of the Exodus itself. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $4.99. Funniest interaction you've had with an early dater or any other type of fundamentalist? Early daters don't have a great sense of humor. I'll say that. When I get funny interactions, it's usually with the Ron Wyatt folks. That's where I get most of the real humorous interactions. And they don't know they're being funny. But probably my favorite interaction I had with, say, a Ron Wyatt person was when one said to me, "Is that you, Satan?" And I said to her, "Sorry, Satan is out of the office right now in Washington, D.C. doing what he does best. But when he comes back, I'll leave a message for him and be sure to call you back personally at his earliest convenience." In many ways, the Ron Wyatt people make it a little too easy. Because they'll accuse you of, like, I had one that said to me, I had one that said to me, I don't need to know anything about archaeology to know that Ron Wyatt was true about what he said about archaeology. And it was like, how does that work? You don't know anything about archaeology and you know that Ron Wyatt's archaeology is correct? How does that work exactly? Yeah.
Is that you, Satan?
Yes, that's about it. Is that you, Satan? No, your master's not here right now. As I say, they make it too easy. They make it too easy. Yeah, it's just crazy. But early daters generally do not have a sense of humor, and they don't make it quite that easy. I mean, they'll just more or less insist Amenhotep II. So you're not going to get really funny interactions out of an early dater, and they're very dour about it. They have, yeah, you won't. It's really difficult to get anything funny out of an early dater. It's also true they'll play the persecution card pretty fast as well. So,
and they don't get people who have senses.
No, they don't get people who have senses of humor. Not at all. Yeah, we do laugh a lot on this channel.
They just don't get that.
Yeah, they don't get that at all. Yeah, it can be, they'll get really hostile, and then you're dealing with someone who's angry. Yeah, it's not so funny when they get hostile, to be very honest. They just, yeah, it's, you want to, if they've made it easy, in some ways they'll take it a lot better than somebody who's so serious and think there's so much at stake that you can't do that gentle ribbing and without eliciting a hostile response. So I've had a lot more, as I say, I've had a lot more funny interactions with the Ron Wyatt people, even though they are just as serious in their own way. Again, they completely believe that Ron Wyatt was a prophet sent by God, with prophecies of the end times and angelic revelations. They are more likely to accept that gentle ribbing than, say, the early daters who are basically taking this non-essential fine point of history and run with it as if it was complete gospel. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but you don't get funny interactions out of early daters. They have no sense of humor. I guess it's also one of the reasons why they don't have any sense of humor over this, too, is it is a winner-take-all proposition. That makes a huge deal. In the case of the people who believe in Ron Wyatt, a lot of them came to faith through Ron Wyatt, but it's not a winner-take-all. At the end of the day, they still have Jesus Christ. In the case of the early daters, there is no middle ground. They can't accept. For them, if it's not 1446 BC, the Bible's wrong. And you've got that. That's going to always be a problem. Okay, the next super chat here is from Jack Race, sponsor a bonbon question. Let's see if I have any bonbon questions. Oh, did he? I'm at the 8:55 timestamp.
Yeah. Wanted that one with the
ghosts.
No, that's 9:30.
Okay. So we'll just go up here and find a bonbon question.
There's one at 8:36 during the late period of Egyptian democracy and the kingship. after they were exposed to Greek democracy.
All right, we'll take that. All right, we'll take this bonbon question. During the late period of Egypt, what did the Egyptians think about democracy and their kingship after they were exposed to Greek democratic traditions? How did they respond and justify their kingship? Okay, by the late period Egypt did not think anything about Greek democracy. Nothing at all. It was just a foreign ruler system. They had no thoughts about Greek democracy in the slightest. During the late period, the only interaction that Egypt had with, I mean, there was the trading colony at Naucratis during the late period, but and they had involvement with, say, Greek mercenaries. But Greek mercenaries weren't bringing their government with them. You know, they were basically warriors. That's really the only interaction they had with them. So they didn't really have any exposure to democratic traditions at all. And really, even amongst the Greek states, democracy was really just centralized at Athens. That's the only democratic state, if you can call it that existed in Greece. So only the city of Athens had a kind of democracy. And by the time the Ptolemies come to power, Greek democracy is dead. Because Athens was conquered by Alexander the Great. And at that point, Athens ceased to be a democracy. So at no point in Egyptian tradition, were they ever questioning their government based upon Greek democratic traditions. It just was not in their sphere of influence. They had a king. Everybody like everyone else. So that was just the default mode of rulership, and they just accepted it. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, Bonbon, and thank you, Jack Ray, for the super chat. Okay, back to 8:55 here. Okay, we got another Jack Ray, $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsor non-bonbon question. Okay. Do a quick check here. Okay. Let's see, non-bonbon question.
Like, written language in Egypt.
I'm going to take this one here from Fresco23 Gaming. I heard someone date the Exodus to an exact year using 1207 BC eclipse as a reference. Thoughts? Yeah, I got thoughts here. Dating according to eclipses is extremely dodgy. It's extremely dodgy. The problem is, eclipses happen often enough that you're never quite sure what the eclipse is. And then you're not exactly sure that the eclipse is what's being referenced in the texts. Now, we got some texts that we are sure that a eclipse is being mentioned. And let me give you an example here. Let's see here. Second. Yeah, during Mershili II, there is a text that does mention an eclipse. And we know that's an eclipse because the text mentions it's an eclipse. But very few ancient texts will call an eclipse an eclipse. They'll usually refer it obliquely. So we can't always be sure that's what's going on here. So, and then, what kind of eclipse? Is 97, 98, 99% eclipse? Because there's a lot of more than 97% eclipses than there are 100% eclipses. And yet those are still visible. So, archaeoastronomy has always had problems. Big, big problems. It's one of the least. It sounds really scientific. I mean, it sounds incredibly scientific because you can chart the stars to the exact position going back thousands of years. But you don't know what the original, ancient peoples thought the cycle was. You don't know how they're doing the observations. You don't know where they're doing the observations. It's just so fraught with error, it's not even funny. And then you get ambiguities. Incredible ambiguities, such as what kind of eclipse it is, where it's seen, what's it supposed to mean. The other thing is, the Exodus could not have occurred in 1207 BC. The reason why is because the Israelites are already in Canaan in 1217 BC. So, 10 years prior, they're already in Israel. So, you have to be really circumspect about this. Now, are they saying that this is part of the Joshua conquest? If so, the dates have to be within the first 7 years of that too. So, again, really, really difficult to make this work. Some people will say, okay, the 1207 eclipse is essentially the sun standing in the sky. There's no evidence that this was an eclipse. None at all. And I think that explanation is deeply unsatisfactory for several reasons. The day does not stand still just because there's an eclipse. That eclipse is over in an hour. So it doesn't make sense even according to the text. So I got huge problems with the attempts to do archaeoastronomy here. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And thank you, Jack Ray, for the sponsored super chat. Okay, we have another one here from Jack Ray for $5. Sponsor any question. Thank you very much for that super chat. Let's see what we can take here. I'll take this one from Pablo Marquez. Why is Judges 1 a little messy with the chronology of the events? Because Judges is not written in chronological order. That's the reason. And neither is Joshua. Both are written in pedagogical order. The structure of Judges, as well as the structure of Joshua, is written according to not time, but from good to bad. In the case of Joshua, we find the structure of Joshua that it goes from good tribes to bad tribes. So they start with the tribe of Judah and end with the tribe of Dan. Same thing with Judges. It's also going from good to bad. So you have the good judge from the tribe of Judah, and you end with Samson, the judge of the bad tribe of Dan. So this is not done in chronological order. So they're not trying to do it in chronological order. They're trying to do it in a way that teaches that there were good judges and there were bad judges. Really, really stinker judges. This also has an interesting side effect too, which is if you like look through the book and you know where you are in the list of judges, you can tell where you are in the rankings. So Jephthah, bad judge, very bad judge. Not a good judge. Dark Blade. The pre-monarchical history is basically a diss track of the tribe of Dan. Yeah, yes it is. But anyway, that's the reason. It's not trying to record it as chronological history.
That sounds like a groovy 70s.
BC, so these books are didactic in terms of morality, not chronology. Nice. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're didactic. Yeah, they're not chronological. They're not meant to be chronological. In fact, they're written in parallel. So many of the judges that you find in the Book of Judges are basically contemporary with, say, earlier parts of the book. This is why, trying to put together a chronology of Book of Judges requires you to actually have 3 or 4 contemporary strands of history. Samson was an absolute terrible person, made a dishonest bet, lost, slaughtered a bunch of innocent people. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Danny DeMint, where do the bad judges start? About halfway through the book. That's the turning point. They're pretty good right up until like judge number 6, and once you start getting past judge number 6, things start going downhill fast. I mean, once you start getting to judge number 9, that's Jephthah, you're in a bad strait. I mean, it's just you're downhill at that point. And when you start reading, Jephthah's letter and his whole, sacrificing his daughter thing, things are not good. And Samson was even worse. So, that's really where things start, as I say, going downhill there. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the sponsored question. Very much appreciated. And thank you for the question. Okay, back to 8:55 here. Okay. Track here. Okay, there we go. Oh, let's see here. There we go. Okay. Next question here is from Please Enter Name for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the supplementary hypothesis? Okay, it's really going to depend. I think here's my thoughts on the supplementary hypothesis. There isn't just one supplementary hypothesis. There's actually it's actually a class of hypotheses. But you can have everything in the supplementary hypothesis from being very good to being very bad. Okay? There are supplementary hypotheses that are not much different in fact, to the documentary hypothesis. Now, on the other hand, I myself hold to a kind of supplementary hypothesis myself. It's all going to depend upon what, how you date the texts. There are people who hold to a supplementary hypothesis. Now, we should have defined what a supplementary hypothesis is versus, say, the documentary hypothesis. The documentary hypothesis says that there are redactors. You have start with oral tradition, then you get them writing it down, and then you get people redacting it over and over and over and again until you get the final Bible. So that's the documentary hypothesis. And it involves basically 4 set or more sets of redactors that are given the letters J, E, P, and D. And each of those represents a kind of redaction of a particular school. Now, the supplementary hypothesis differs from the documentary hypothesis in that it says that they start off with some base texts. Some of those texts were originally written by Moses or a school of Moses. Now, I would disagree with the school of Moses, but I think that's got some legs. That there were core documents that are then supplemented, that additional biblical writers will add to those core documents. And in some respect, that's just true. Because, the last, Deuteronomy, the last part of the Deuteronomy where it talks about the death of Moses. Well, obviously, Moses is not writing about his own death. Somebody else had to add that to the text. Whether that was Joshua or some anonymous writer, we don't know. So I think it's going to depend upon, for me, it's going to depend on what extreme of the supplementary hypothesis you take. I take a much more conservative view of, say, the supplementary hypothesis than, say, some other scholars. I mean, there are some scholars that are very quite theologically liberal when it comes to the supplementary hypothesis. And I would disagree with them on that. But that's going to become then, where do the original texts begin? What kind of supplementing is done? Is there redacting involved? I'm not a big fan of redaction hypothesis criticism. I think there's a lot of weakness to redaction hypothesis. But I can definitely agree that there's supplementing going on there. So that's my thoughts on the supplementary hypothesis. And it's become the predominant view amongst, say, European academics as far as the biblical studies go. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat and very much appreciated. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsor any question. Ooh. Let's see if we can find a nice one. Okay, I'll take this one from Cam Britt. Do you have any favorite period of history besides what you specialize in? Oh, yes. I like Japanese history. Love Japanese history. Love Japanese antiques. I'm a great fan of Japanese swords, tsuba, artwork. I love Japanese ink scrolls. I love Japanese armor. Very interested in Japanese history. So yeah, that's my favorite period of history. Basically, medieval Japan. Love it. Love it. It's fun and interesting. So, Camelopard, I'm sure you must love the Japanese Ark of the Covenant. Oh, that's so bad. So bad. Don't get me started on the Japanese Ark of the Covenant. Oof. Oof. Ooh. So anyway. Yeah, I'm a Nipponophile. I mean, I like things. I like Japanese culture. So I mean, I like the language. I like the writing system. I read Japanese comics. I'm just into the culture. So for me, I love the history as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for the question.
Indiana Jones and
Oh, Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Japanese Ark of the Covenant. Hey, there's some people who really believe it. Okay, people who really believe this. Yeah, it looks nothing like the Ark of the Covenant. Nothing at all. Yay for Japan. Yep. Okay. Okay. That's that one already. Okay, 9:35. Hey, Jack Ray again for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsor bonbon question. Okay. 9:35.
that's the one he's been. That's the.
Which one? Is that the ghosts have the ability to use magic?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take this one. And Bonbon asks, do ghosts have the ability to use magic on the living, whether in a positive or negative way? Not really. Now, this is not saying that what they do isn't indistinguishable from magic. There is some suggestion that spirits do have the ability to manipulate the physical world. That's not exactly magic. And it's going to come down to, how do we define magic? Now, ironically, next week, I believe it's next Monday, Monday's teaching video is actually going to be on magic. So we're going to get into this in pretty deep detail. Okay, so, but magic is defined as the exercise on power to change the outcomes in a stochastic way, in a random way. Okay, so you're using the forces of the spirit world to subtly change outcomes. Now, a ghost cannot perform magic, but that doesn't mean they don't have power. They're just the agent of power, and that's part. The thing about magic is it's something that one of the things that magic is not is an innate ability. People can do magic because magic is not part of our innate abilities. If it's part of our innate ability, it's something else. It's not magic. It's an attempt to either sympathize with nature or disrupt it in order to change an outcome. So only a living person can do magic. And ghosts don't have that ability because they cannot manipulate things to produce that outcome. Because in a sense, they are that outcome. So they don't have the ability to use magic on a living or anything else. But that doesn't mean they can't influence the world. So in some ways it's kind of a wrong question, because you need to be a living being to perform, say, magical spells or use the objects of spellcraft. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you, Jack Ray, for the super chat, and thank you, Bon Bon, for the question. I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, wait till Monday's video, and you'll get a lot more on the whole question of magic in general. Okay. The Camilla part for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I have a discussion with a Mormon missionary scheduled for Monday. Do you have any hot tips, tricks on how to tackle this? You're going to have to go into the person of Jesus Christ. And the whole nature of who God is. The fact is, what you're dealing with here is a polytheistic, essentially a henotheistic religion. Basically, you're dealing with a bunch of gods that are equal. And Adam God is the God of this world. He's not the God of the universe. Okay? It's one of the things you have to be very clear about. Adam God did not create the universe. Adam God just created planet Earth. And he's God with his wife God, Eve. Okay? Eve God, you have Adam God, and you have Eve God. And even though they don't talk about Eve God very much, they procreate to make spirit babies, which are other gods. Each of those gods becomes entombed in human flesh, where they have the opportunity to work their way up to becoming gods of their own planets. Okay? So, that's Mormon theology in a nutshell. Mormon theology is very complicated. Very, very complicated. So you have to focus on the nature of God. And think of Mormon theology like a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. Adam God is not the ultimate God. He's responsible to some other God. Or at least was, until he became a god himself. And his God was responsible to some other god. And it's an infinite regression. There's no ultimate God in Mormon theology. So, the other thing is you're going to have to stay away in some respects from the Book of Mormon. Okay? The vast majority of Mormon theology is not in the Book of Mormon. It's going to be in Doctrines and Covenants and in the Pearl of Great Price. So we're going to find the vast majority. And even, to be honest, anything that was written by Joseph Smith or an elder or the president of the Latter-day Saints Church is considered to be scripture. So they're going to, they can even refer to, say, the Morning Star, which was a public, basically a newspaper that was published, Joseph Smith's sermons from the 19th century. They'll even refer to that as part of their scriptures. This is where you get the idea, for example, that Adam God originally came from the planet Kolob. And he basically came to Earth to establish his godhood. Okay, so they're going to believe that God is, Adam God is a God, Jesus Christ is a God, the Holy Spirit is a God, but there isn't one God. So you've got to be very, very clear as to who God is and stay on track that there's only one God. This is where verses like Isaiah, what you find in Isaiah, like 44:6. I'll look up another one here. There's another one here. Yeah, Isaiah's going to be your go-to book here. (44:3), I think is. No, it's not 44:3. 46:9. 46:9 is going to be a very important verse when dealing with Mormons here, which is, remember the former things long past, for I am God, there is no other. I am God, there is no one like me. Also, the first and last passages are going to be very important to this too. I'll give you like, for example, 44:6. Thus says the Lord God, King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. Now, we've used this in past with Jehovah's Witnesses, but this works with Mormons too. It says, I am the first, I am the last. There is no God besides me. And there is one other one too that I think is really important. Which is also in 45, I think. Yeah. 45:5. I am the Lord, and there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. 45:6. That men may know from the rising to the setting of the sun, there is no one besides me. I am the Lord, there is no other. 45:14. I'll go to the end of it here. And I will bow down to you. They will make supplication to you. Surely God is with you. There is none else. No other God. 45:21. Declare and set forth your case. Indeed, let them consult together. Who has announced this from the old? Who has long since declared it? Is it not I, the Lord? There is no other God besides me, a righteous God and a Savior. There is none except me. Well, if he's just one of many gods of many planets, that wouldn't be true. Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God, there is no other. Verse 46:9. Remember the former things long past, for I am God, there is no other. I am God, there is no one like me. Oh, let's look up Nehemiah 6 here, 9:6. Nehemiah 9:6. Thou alone art the Lord. Thou hast made the heavens. He's made the heavens. Not just planet Earth, the heavens. The heaven of the heavens, with all their host, the earth that is all that is in it, the sea and all that is in them. Thou dost give life to all of them, and the heaven host bows down before thee. Now, once you get that definition of God, I am the first, I am the last, besides me there, it's important also to tie that to the book of Revelation. Okay, Revelation. I think it's 22. Now, an honest Mormon will admit when it talks in here in 22, verse 13, it's talking about Jesus Christ. And it says in verse 13, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Jesus Christ is also God. So you got to tie that in. There's only one first, there's only one last. So that's going to be very, very important as you talk to Mormons, is to tie that, who is Jesus Christ? He's not just one God among many. He's Yahweh himself. So you're going to want to take 44:6 and tie it to Revelation 22:13 as well. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Again, don't let them twist you up here. Don't let them digress. They will try to divert the conversation to something like the Book of Mormon. Don't let them go there. Keep them on the theology.
They do profess to believe in the Bible, so hold them to it.
They profess to believe in the Bible, so hold them to it. Now, they're gonna weasel out of that too. They're gonna say, well, they only believe in the Bible insofar as it's correctly translated. And then you're going to have to say, okay, how is it? Where is it correctly translated? And the Church of Latter-day Saints publishes King James versions of the Bible. So you're going to want to go to a King James version, and they'll carry a King James version on them. And you're going to want to stick to that common ground, the King James Bible. And you're going to want to tell them, hey, you might think this Doctrines and Covenants is Revelation. I don't buy that. You want to talk to me on this? Let's talk to something we both can agree on as is divine revelation. Now they might say to you, hey, okay, yeah, you have that divine revelation, but we got more revelation. We've got extra revelation. And then it's that point you're going to have to say to them, well, I know the Old Testament is revelation. And I know the New Testament is revelation because it's proven by the Old Testament. You've got a new revelation. You got to prove it's consistent with what we already know is revelation. That's how revelation is decided. Is it consistent with what came before? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Exegetical Apologetics for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there anything like the Code of Hammurabi for Egypt? If so, what are some good sources for me to look at for Egyptian legal history? It seems difficult to find. Thanks, and GB, Mr. and Mrs. Falk. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Well, this is going to be difficult because Egyptian legal tradition is just that. It's tradition. It's not codified. It doesn't have case law like the Code of Hammurabi. So you're not going to find anything like case law in ancient Egypt. That's not how things worked in the Egyptian legal system. The Egyptian legal system was sort of a laissez-faire tradition So there were limits to what could be done for legal redress that was said to go back to the very first dynasties of Egypt. Now, is there any evidence of that? No, not necessarily, but that's the claim. That's the claim the Egyptians are going to make, that it's the tradition that goes back to the first dynasties. Okay? So you're not going to find law codes in Egypt. We don't even find the first law until Horemheb, and that's the end of Dynasty 18. So the first laws that come to Egypt happen really late in Egyptian history. But there's limits based upon the elder tradition of what they could do. Like there was and basically laws in ancient Egypt broke down into almost two classes. Offenses against Pharaoh and offenses against everyone else. Okay? Offenses against Pharaoh were almost always the death penalty. So if you stole a bronze toothpick from Pharaoh, you were a dead man. If you stole a sack of gold from your neighbor, you had a problem getting it back. They had a problem getting it back because, it's just like, yeah, the courts wouldn't do anything, essentially. Yeah, they'd make judgments, but no one enforced them.
They threatened to beat you.
They threatened to beat you.
Times.
Yeah.
Every time you came to court.
Yeah, you might go to court and they threaten to beat you, and you could ignore it. So it was really difficult getting justice out of an Egyptian court. So, stole a toothpick surprisingly straight to death? Absolutely, BC. Absolutely. That's how the Egyptian system worked. Yeah, I mean, you could be shunned. You could have a mob come against you, but the courts didn't do much. They would write court decision after court decision after court decision, and with no enforcement, those decisions were not worth the papyrus they were written on. But again, that's how the legal system in Egypt worked. So anyway, you're not going to find a similar legal document like the Code of Hammurabi. There was no legal codes like that in Egypt. No case law. And essentially it's just tradition as to what could be implemented. And frankly, even Pharaoh was beholden to that tradition. So there's limits to what even Pharaoh could do. He couldn't just execute anyone. If he hated a town, he couldn't just wipe out the town. He didn't have that power. He couldn't just kill slaves without cause if it was within Egypt. So, there was extreme limits to even the power of the Pharaoh. And again, it's all based upon the tradition of the elders. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it.
Renzo asks, is it above the law or under the
law? Let's take that. I need my timestamp here. No, where I left off. Okay. All right. Follow-up question from Renzo Flutes. Is Pharaoh above the law or under the law? Interesting. He's under the law. Now, again, we're not talking... Writing about Egyptian law is very easy, because there was none. There's no laws. But there was a tradition. There was a tradition of punishment, but no laws. So, it's in any society, you need either laws or normative behavior. A society can't function if it doesn't have both, either. A society can function with both law and normative behavior, But you either need a strict law and punishment situation in a country, or you need a country where everyone respects normative behavior. Egypt was a normative behavior culture. It wasn't a law culture. So as such, it did not have laws of any substantial type. But if you violated the sense of community, oh yeah, they'd come down on you like a ton of bricks. But usually because the community took action against you, not because the courts did. Even something like, say, as egregious as breaking into a temple and violating sacred space was not considered to be a religious infraction, but a civil infraction. And it would only result in a beating. That's it. So blasphemy was not punishable by death. It was just a beating. Now, their beatings were pretty severe, but it was considered, as I say, an unimportant civil infraction. So, and again, it's just based upon the sense that community standards were broken, not because there was any law against it.
Has a good ordinal.
Yeah, that is a good term for it. Yeah, ordinal culture. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Normative behavior, essentially. Everyone is expected to behave all the same way. So anyway, thank you for that follow-up question. Very much appreciated. And it's people who study Egyptian law get really frustrated because there's just not a whole lot to go on. Okay, back to where I left off. Scanning down. Okay, the Camilla part for $2, sponsoring Chow Yi Judas's question. Okay. Oops. Passed it here by mistake. Okay. And Chow Yi asks, what's more likely for Judas Iscariot? Revolutionary assassin or former bookkeeper? How valid is the theory about his surname being reference to the Sugary? Probably likely, because we don't have any other sort of potential translation or meaning for Iscariot. So it's probably I think it's an Aramaic of one who is of the Sugary. Okay, and that's probably the best explanation for that. So it does seem likely that he was in some way involved with the Sugary. Now, in what capacity was he involved with him is an open question. Nobody knows. And the Sugary were assassins. They believed that the kingdom of Israel would be realized through violent overthrow of the Roman government. So this is why they took every opportunity to essentially knife Roman officials wherever possible. So he was expecting, it's likely he was expecting Jesus Christ to violently overthrow the Roman government. And a lot of people were. A lot of people were expecting him to violently overthrow the government. And it really surprised and disenfranchised some of his disciples when Christ said, that's not the way. You know, it's love your neighbor, love your enemy, not violently kill him. So, violent assassin? Maybe. Embezzling bookkeeper? Oh, yes. Clearly. That one's uncontested. Yeah, he was an embezzler. And one way he could keep the whole purse was to get rid of the leader, especially when his maybe his ideas of the kingdom of heaven weren't in line with, say, God's ideas.
It would explain why he joined Jesus.
It would explain, yeah. My producer points out it would explain why he joined Jesus. But again, Jesus is a stumbling block. And many people will trip over him because he's telling you not to do the things the way the world does. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Come up hard for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Question too long, money too short. Look below. Okay. And he asks, if society collapsed tomorrow and distant future archaeologists believed our monument statues were dedicated to possible gods we may have had, which monuments do you think would have the funniest mythology around it? Well, I think the Statue of Liberty would probably elicit some smirks and grins. There would be some very, very interesting. We're not a big statue culture anyway, especially now that we've become iconoclastic as far as statues. I mean, given the penchant for protesters today to tear down statues, very few statues are from our contemporary period are done anymore.
Yeah. Very starts as Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, they teared that down.
Yeah. Well, the Statue of Liberty would be, I mean, you would probably, if society collapsed, the Statue of Liberty would probably also fall into ruins, and there will only probably be fragments left, and they would have to probably reparcel them. There's going to be a lot of if society just collapsed, there would be huge difficulties for archaeologists in the future to reconstruct our culture, because so much of what we do here right now is based upon electronic format, and that's ephemeral. All that will be gone. All your selfies, all your pictures of your family, your friends, all that's going to be gone. And because it's all stored on non-permanent media. Say what you want about the Egyptians. They carved stuff to last. And they had good preservation. That's why we're, even 1,000 years from now, we'll still have Egyptian stuff. We aren't going to have almost anything from this generation in a society collapse. Computers are going to be gone. Data storage systems are going to be gone or unreadable. Formats, I mean, it takes a lot of reverse engineering to understand a format. A lot of reverse engineering. And you need like technology to do it. So all that stuff on the cloud is just going to go gone.
Interesting. What do you think they make of Mount Rushmore?
No, Mount Rushmore? Mount Rushmore, yeah, that would probably be construed as a god, So, yeah, future archaeologists could see that as being religious because it's big enough. There's also a passage in there too, in say Mount Rushmore, that they might construe as being a passage for sacred purposes, for sacred rituals. So I can see future archaeologists misconstruing Mount Rushmore.
that would be the U.S.'s gods: freedom, liberty, contraceptive.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
bad.
it would be equivalent. Yeah. So yeah, that would probably be the funniest mythology around. Would be probably Mount Rushmore. So that's a good point. But they're going to be guessing. They're not going to have much left to piece together. There's going to be some great difficulties for them to piece together our culture once that society collapsed. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that you found that interesting. Andrew Graham for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are there any mid-daters of the Exodus? Yes, there are some. You of course have the early date, which dates the Exodus to 1446 or the time of Amenhotep II, and then you got the late date, which is 1265, which is Ramses II. You have some people who date it to the 1340s under the reign of Akhenaten. Now, in that particular view, they view Akhenaten as Moses. Suffice it to say, this is a very strange theory. It doesn't have good support, and only a few people hold to it. But they do technically exist. So you do have some mid-daters, and as I say, Steve Collins would be also classified as a mid-dater, mid to early dater as well. He dates it to Tutmosis the Fourth. I don't think much of his theory here. I think there's very poor evidence for it. And what he's doing is basically saying, okay, there's a decline after Tutmosis III. But he's having to do some very artificial things to arrive at that conclusion, and it's very subjective, very subjective. So those are sort of two groups of mid-ish daters, and that's probably the only ones that really sort of stand out, which is, as I said, Collins, Tutmosis IV theory, and the Akhenaten theory. You also get extreme fringes on both sides as well. I mean, you got extreme hyper early daters as well as hyper late daters as well. On the hyper late date side, you have guys like Gary Rensburg, and even Manfred Bietak, who basically really late date it. And then you have guys like Gerald Aardsma, who basically date the Exodus to basically 2400 BC, 1,000 years earlier, to the Pyramid Age, essentially. And that theory is just so cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, it isn't even funny. So yeah, you get there's a very, very broad spectrum on the Exodus date. But again, the two major theories are going to be the early date and the late date. The rest just are really not in the game, as it were. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and thank you for the question. Exegetical Apologetics for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Draw your Kopesh Renzo flutes. Kopeshes aren't very big, you realize. You know, they're only about like 12, 13 inches. They're tiny. I mean, when I saw my first Kopesh, it was like, is this really a sword? Yeah, they're small. There's a Kopesh on display at in the University of Liverpool in one of the museums. I think it's in the Victoria building. But it's tiny, really, really tiny. It's surprising how small it is. You know, you wouldn't think a sword is that small, but it is. And of course, this is because swords were not offensive weapons, really, in ancient times. They were like defensive weapons, weapons of last resort. So if you had to pull out your Kopesh, you're in trouble. Most soldiers would use spears and shields. And that was your major offensive weapon. Was the weapon par excellence of the Bronze Age was the spear. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Renzo Flutes for 200 yen. Thank you for the super chat. Hiya at exegetical apologetics. Okay, they're going at it. Okay, BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are the Israelites unique in how much national shame and defeat they record? Most of the Old Testament is scathing of themselves, and this seems unusual to me. Yes, it is quite unusual. We don't see other ancient Near Eastern cultures do this. That sort of national shame and defeat as being part of their God judging them is just not something you find in a lot of cultures. Most cultures of the ancient Near East see their gods as being triumphalistic. So even in defeat, most defeats go silent. You know, ancient peoples generally did not record their defeats. Egyptians certainly didn't do it. And Mesopotamians recorded their defeats sometimes, depending on what the defeat was. Like, for example, I think it was Tiglath-Pileser III who recorded his defeat at the Battle of Karkar. There's also, or they'll spin it in some way. Like Sennacherib will, even though he's defeated at the siege of Jerusalem, he says, I still had Hezekiah, locked like a bird in a cage. Yeah. And he walks away with no tribute at all. Yeah, sure you did. Egyptians just won't mention it. Just won't absolutely refuse to mention defeats. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a religious reason why Egyptians didn't do that. Is because you made a defeat permanent and set it before the gods. And you don't offer gods tainted lambs or defeats. So, this is... yes, if you don't offer your gods a spotted sheep, you're not going to give them a failed battle either. The Israelites, though, were much more interested in what was the obedience of the people towards Yahweh.
Jack Ray, that's not a sword. This is a sword.
Jack Ray, that's not a sword. This is a sword. An allusion to Crocodile Dundee. Jack Ray, no, that's a boomerang. Okay. Very well.
And merely failed to win.
Camel Leopard, defeat? What defeat? I wasn't defeated. I merely failed to win. Yeah, there was some of that going on for sure. Okay. We've got about 20 minutes left until midnight. So we are going to try to wrap up our super chats here and then maybe take one or two non-super chats. And then we'll call it a night here. We don't have very many left to go here, so we should be just fine for this. Okay, I think we got one more super chat here, which is FaZe that just came in. And it has... Popish lightsaber. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Okay, we have Faye of the Duet here for $5. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Great to see you here tonight. Glad you could join us. Did the ancient Egyptians reckon time starting at first sunlight or later in the morning? Debating with Tui. Neither. They sort of they reckon the time at the first hour of I think it's at first daylight, I think is when they started. So I think that's when the day happened, is in the first hour of daylight. So it would be at dawn. Okay. Now, with that said, they had water clocks. So the Egyptians could time their hours. And they had 12 hours a day and 12 hours a night. So if it didn't line up exactly with dawn, that didn't matter because they had that clock. So as long as they aligned it with, say, a point, they could gauge when the hours happened. And they knew that that day and night weren't exactly 12 water clock hours. Okay. So usually it is usually at dawn where the day starts. But as I said, also they had a system of, they didn't use the sundial. They weren't using the sundial because the sundial wasn't invented yet. But they had water clocks. And the water clocks are really cool devices. They're essentially a jar with holes perforated in there, and it just dripped out water. And they could time the day with what the level was in the jar. And these jars would operate for either 6 or 12 hours. So they actually got really good at basically telling time. Well, you do put a lid on it. And my producer asks, how did that work with evaporation? And Bane Ray here asks a follow-up question. How does a water clock work? Okay. You take a jar, okay, and you put the tiniest hole in it. Okay. You put the tiniest hole in the bottom. You fill it up with water, you put a lid on it, and then you just let it drip out. Drip, 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 drip. And as it goes down, you mark off where it is in relation to the day. So you have you when you make your clock, you have your beginning of the day and you have your end of the day. And then you divide the rest into so you have 12 segments. So this was actually a fairly, as long as they got the whole right, it was a fairly accurate method of telling time. So so that's generally how it works. Again, 12 hours a day, 12 hours a night. And the day begins with the rebirth of the sun. So the rebirth of Re every day. So as you know from the Ra myth, the sun is attacked by Apophis, and Bastet slays Apophis, but Re has to be reborn every morning. So it's that birth of when basically the solar disk is released out of its sacred box and Re is reborn, that the day begins.
And well, that poor guy has to be born every day.
That's funny. Let's see if I can. It hasn't come up yet. Okay. Jack Ray, water clocks are all wet. Well, it can leave a mess. I mean, they kept you keep them outdoors, okay? Because otherwise you get them leaking all over the floor. Okay, it's gone up yet. Okay, so looks for water clocks in the merch link. Yeah, the merch link is not going to offer water clocks for some reason. It's hard to.
Imagine his mother. Camel leopard. Who was first again?
Camel leopard. Poor guy must be born every day. Sounds exhausting. Yerod says, imagine his mother. Ray didn't have a mother. Ray was self-born. He hatched from a primeval egg. Okay? That was his original birth. Was the primeval egg. An egg on the waters. And he's born from that, hatches from the egg, and then he has to go through that. The daily cycle is more of a regeneration. It's more of a rebirth than a birth. Okay, so he's regenerated every day. So that's really what they mean by his birth every morning. So it's a rebirth, but he's not going back in the egg. He's just respawning. Think of it kind of like a video game where you have infinite lives. Okay. Your character's not being reborn, but it is respawning. Okay?
Renzo flutes, so we finally know the answer to the question. We know now.
Yeah, that's I like that one too. Okay, let's see here.
He's a real boss.
Ooh. Ooh, terrible pun. Terrible pun. We gotta have that. Renzo flutes. So we finally know the answer to the great question. Chicken or egg? Now we know egg. Jack Ray, he's a real raw sunshine. Faye of the Duat, screams and comedic. Okay, we have one more super chat here, and then we'll take a couple non-super chats and call it a night. Got a super chat here from John Febeck for $19.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. I should check one other thing here before we call it.
Yeah, we didn't respawn from that tactical space experiment. I can tell you that.
Okay. So, John Febeck for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the secular scholarly view of the Book of Mormon? Does the LDS Church pushing this book as a historical without evidence make Christianity and the Bible look bad to these scholars, since LDS claim they are Christian? Okay. Depends on what you mean by scholarly view. Now, there's two scholarly views based on two different claims of the Book of Mormon. The historical view is of interest to basically American archaeologists. And that view can pretty much be surmised by the statement that was put out by the Smithsonian. Now, every year, the Smithsonian Institute gets hundreds of letters basically asking, is the Book of Mormon historically accurate? And they have published a statement that basically said that almost everything in the Book of Mormon is not historically accurate. Okay? Now, the Smithsonian does not address the religious claims of the Book of Mormon. They're only addressing the archaeological claims, like the appearance of the horse before the arrival of, say, the Europeans, or the pig. you know, that sort of thing. And these are animals that were imported into North America by the Europeans. Neither of those animals existed in North America prior to the Europeans. So, you know, the Smithsonian can basically authoritatively say, okay, these are things that we don't find. You know, they don't find the huge, vast empires that they claim existed at the time. Also, there's no actual evidence that the Native Americans were descended from the Israelites, the lost tribes. That's also been debunked. So, you know, that whole idea that the lost tribes went to North America and they settled there is, you know, complete garbage. We know where those tribes went because we have their names recorded in Assyrian documents. They basically integrated into Mesopotamian culture. So, that's the first set of claims. The second set of claims is, does the make Christianity look bad? Is going to be more of an interest to, say, scholars of, say, new religious movements. And they're going to take the opinion that it's not going to make the Bible look bad because it's not even related. It's a whole different set of quote scriptures. And even the LDS church makes that claim, is that it's a new revelation. It's in many ways a replacement revelation to the Bible. So for the say secular scholars in new religious movements, they're going to see the Book of Mormon as being a completely separate thing from, say, the Bible. And that's sort of the view of, say, scholars that really are focused on this. Now, you will get basically ex-Mormons who have become secular scholars. And those guys are gonna say, okay, you know, when I was raised in the Mormon church, and don't take this out of context, please. You know, there's a Book of Mormon and the Bible, and they're the same. So you're going to get some opinions on that regard, on that end. But it's not the mainstream of, say, new religious movement scholarship. The mainstream is essentially going to say that the two are unrelated. Historically, content-wise, the whole that this is an offshoot of 19th century American Christianity, but it's not Christianity itself. So that's sort of where secular scholarship lands on this issue. So anyway, I hope that helped answer the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. We've got one more super chat here, and then we'll take a couple non-super chats and then call it a night, because we are closing to midnight here. Oh boy. Renzo, hey, at least it isn't Jesus saving people from dinosaurs. Well, yeah. At least it's got that going for it. I'll say that. Whoa. Whoa. That's really funny. You know, I know biblical ignorance in North America can be bad, but that one took the cake. That one took the cake. And if you haven't known, I told a story last week about an atheist I knew when I worked in the movie industry, who basically said, oh yeah, I know what Christianity, it's Jesus Christ saving people from the dinosaurs. Yep. Okay, let's get back to that last super chat here and start winding down. Okay, there it is. Aleko for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, where are the Israelites going from the lunar Sabbath to keep their weekly Sabbath? The lunar Sabbath happened no matter when the lunar cycle was. So you have a lunar month, and every seventh day they would count off the Sabbath. Okay. So that happened regardless of the phase of the moon. They did not sync the lunar cycle with the moon. Okay. Now the civil calendar will eventually do that. It's when they go from, say, a lunar month to a civil month. When they do that, then they'll start to sync the Sabbath with the lunar cycle. But until that happens, and really once they do that, they can't sync it anymore, because the month is really 29 and a half days. It's not actually 30 days. So there's no way for them to keep a lunar Sabbath in sync with a weekly Sabbath. You just can't do it. So they're just going to count off every seventh day. And that's just the way it's going to be. So it doesn't matter if they do the lunar calendar, the lunar solar calendar, or use a way of syncing the seasons to the calendar system. So, that's, yeah, they're just not going to be able to do that. So, they just count off every seventh, and that's what they had to do. And then they just keep track of the months to coordinate with their other festivals, as it were. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Oh, they're at it. Jack Ray for $5 last. Renzo Flutes for 200 yen. Thank you very much, super chat. Actually last. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. No, last. Renzo Flutes for 200 yen. Fake news above. The Camillipard for $1. Thank you for the super chat. Jack Ray for $2. Oh no, last. Historical Strategy Gaming for $2. Last. Jack Ray, $2. Last.
The stained glass window showing Jesus.
The Camillipard for $2. Giraffe last. Jack Ray for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Last. Historical Strategy Gaming for $2. Thank you. Could be. Okay, what I'm going to do is, while they fight this out here, we'll thank everyone at the end. I'm going to mark my timestamp here at midnight. I'm going to take a couple non-super chats just to round out our questions, and then get back to the dueling super chats, and then we'll end the night on that. So Let's see here. Looking for a good couple good juicy questions, and then we will call it. Let's see, is that a question? Do we take that? All right, here's one we're going to take from Darkblade. I know he's been asking this one for a couple weeks. If DNA from Israelite bones is found to match late Bronze Avaris and not late Bronze Canaan, would that be genetic evidence for the Sojourn and Exodus? We already know that the people from Avaris were Semitic people. Okay, that much we already know. We don't even need genetic data for that. The problem is it's still not, it's going to be still difficult to use that as proof of an Exodus because we don't see huge genotype or gene data differences. And part of this is because the DNA from skeletons we find in the Levant is so badly degraded. And this is one of the things we have to keep in mind as we do say, as the work continues to advance on genetics in archaeology, is the whole degradation of DNA. It degrades very rapidly and is not preserved under certain conditions. So I doubt that they would be able to recover enough DNA to be able to do a positive genetic identification. And even so, all it would show is you have a Semitic population in Canaan and a Semitic population in Egypt. But it wouldn't ultimately show that the two are related or that one came from the other. Now, if you could prove that a certain genotype, let's say you had perfect preservation of DNA. If you had perfect preservation of the DNA, which is not going to happen, but let's just say we do, and you can show that there's a genetic marker in the population of Avaris that doesn't occur until, say, after 1217 or around 1217 in the Levant, then you might have something. Then it's possible to nail that down. But as I said, the chances of finding that are slim to none. And that's, again, because of the preservation problem of DNA in archaeological contexts. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, I'll take this one here. Green Rummer, do you think the book called Unearth I think you mean Bible Unearthed, refutes the Exodus? And the answer is no. Okay? Now, Finkelstein makes a very... it's written by Finkelstein and Silverman. They only refute a specific theory of the Exodus, which would be classified as the early Exodus date. Now, the primary argumentation for this is that you don't find Israelite culture in the Amarna letters. And the Amarna letters date into the 1340s. Okay? So, given that would be, say, post-conquest in the early Exodus date, yes, they are basically saying that an early Exodus date isn't possible. Okay? Now, later on in that book, they're going to say that if there's any possibility for an Exodus, it had to be a late Exodus date. And it's an amazing admission. It's an amazing admission. Because one of the things that even Finkelstein is going to admit to is by the mid 12th century BC, you have Israelite settlements popping up all over the Levant. So, it's going to be really, really difficult to I mean, they might try that anyway, but that's a hard thing to credibly refute. So basically, the Bible on Earth only refutes one specific theory of the Exodus. It doesn't refute it as an overall arching concept. Now, I know Finkelstein's view here is that it's mostly fiction, but it's not. It's a possibility he can't rule out, at least in the late date scenario. And he doesn't try to. He honestly doesn't try to. He is a biblical minimalist. He doesn't believe there was an Exodus. But not believing there was an Exodus is a very different thing than disproving there was an Exodus. I mean, he knows darn well that the earliest recorded Israelite interaction is in the late 13th century. He knows that. That's not even disputed at this point. So if he's fine, given that, I mean, people make a lot of that Bible on Earth without actually carefully considering the context of that he's writing that refutation in. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. I'll take one more, and then we'll go on the dueling super chats here and thank everyone appropriately. I'll take this one from Harry Stark here, because I think it's an important question. What is your advice for dealing with emotional doubts? During happiness, doubts disappear. During sadness, doubts appear. Okay. One of the things that I think, everyone deals with doubts. This is part of the human condition. Everybody deals with this. I think one of the things that is the source of doubts is that we lose sight of the basis of our salvation. And that's having a relationship with Jesus Christ. And really, the relationship does not rest with us. A lot of people have problems with the whole idea of hell because the doubts creep in and they think, well, am I going to slip up? Have I slipped up? Have I done something unforgivable? And that is focusing on you and your works and not what Jesus Christ did. Jesus Christ paid for all the slip-ups. He paid for all the sins. Basically, all you have to be is in relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, I know that there can be irrational, fears that do creep in because of things such as depression, mental illness. Even repetitive sin can do this. But at the same time, too, people don't go to hell for their sins. It's real important. If you take away anything else from this, take this away. People don't go to hell for their sins. They go to hell for rejecting Jesus Christ. If you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, He is faithful and just to forgive us of our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That will preserve the relationship. that trust in Jesus. That's the foundation of the Christian faith. It's not screwing up. It's not getting things wrong. That will not disqualify you. It's trusting in Jesus. That's enough. That's all that's required as far as basically having that issue there. So, as I say, everyone's going to go through doubts. It's just common. Keep the lines of communication open with Jesus. Have that trust. And that's the gospel of Jesus Christ. Is he paid for the sins so you don't have to. And the way you maintain this is in that trust. And most people are not going to outright deny Christ anyway. Okay? That just doesn't happen. Not usually anyway. There's some people who do. That's fine. But then you're making a conscious choice. Okay? Now, as for, there's other doubts that do linger in it at times. We all ask the question, is this actually true? I don't know anyone who doesn't ask that question. And I don't see any reason to doubt it, honestly. But then again, too, my faith is in the finished work of Jesus Christ. That's where my faith is. It's in the finished work of Jesus Christ. I'm trusting him. And you know what? I think the evidence is pretty good for that. Jesus conquered death. Hey, I'm convinced Jesus conquered death. And if he can conquer death for himself, he can conquer death for you too. So again, if you want to assuage those doubts, get back into your Bible. Follow spiritual disciplines like prayer. Bible meditation, like we said earlier. That's going to be really, really helpful for working on doubts too. Because if you have a particular question, that can help you answer those questions. If you have depression, you might need to seek medical attention for it. Some people have to. Some people it just passes. It's going to depend on the individual. Emotion can be a serious medical and physical illness. So if it is producing a problem as far as that requires medical attention, do seek that out. But if it's just, say, the normal doubts that everyone else has, that's where orthopraxis can really help. Right practice. As again, read your Bible, attentively read it, meditate upon it, and prayer. Prayer is the lifeline. That's what keeps your thinking open to God. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And that's going to be the last non-super chat of the night. Now, let's deal with the dueling super chats. Okay, we left off at Historical Strategy Gaming at midnight. Okay. Next super chat is from Jack Ray for $2. Thank you for the super chat, and he has one eye open here. Danny Dement for $2. Thank you for that super chat. First, wait. Jack Ray for $2. Last laugh. Thank you so much. Jack Ray for $2. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okie dokie. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you again. Dead horse getting beat like an Egyptian toothpick, a pharaoh thief. Yeah, you didn't just get beat for that though. You got executed. That's a little harsher than a beating. Renzo Flutes for 200 yen, back at last. Thank you for the super chat. Jack Ray for $2, last. And I think that is the final super chat, and it is. Alrighty. So we're going to wrap it up for the night. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We are so glad you made it for Friday, our Friday night live stream. I want to thank all the super chatters that help keep this channel going. We so appreciate your help and your support. It's really what makes this possible. Without this, we wouldn't meet our bills, and we are so appreciative of your help and your support. So we are so grateful for you partnering with us to keep the questions going. I also want to thank our Patreon supporters who are now getting bonus content, and we are so pleased about that. And they help also make ends meet, and we are very much appreciative of the Patreon supporters. So grateful for their help. And finally, I want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos, who leave comments and likes, because that feeds the algorithm. Also, who takes the URLs from our videos and posts them on other social media venues, because that expands our audience to other viewers. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could make it, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.